a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Thanks, Elliot. Good morning, everybody who's like, just pretend you've had loads of sleep. Big smiles. No, I'm actually really happy to be here. It's lovely to be back with you. How is everybody this morning? Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. My name's Vicky. We have got a brilliant morning for everybody. And especially as it's such a horrible grey day. It's officially winter now. I said last week I was clinging on to summer wearing my flip-flops and my summer dress, but that's it now. Winter jumpers and winter boots on this morning. How is everybody? I think we need to start with our morning mantra. We've had breakfast together this morning, cups of coffee. It's just one of those dark, horrible mornings. Stay in bed if you're still in bed. Pop the kettle on and just cozy up on the sofa or in bed with us. So every morning, especially when I'm with Kat, she has these cards which are our morning mantras, and we do it before the show, but we didn't get time this morning, so I'm going to do it on air with us. So today's morning mantra is, I can't change which way the river bends, so I might as well strap in and enjoy this strange little boat ride. And then it does say, look, there's a little picture with a little caterpillar and a little bee that says, anyone bring a cooler? We might as well have a pina colada. Good morning. This is your morning mantra today. The strange little boat ride that is Sewing Street. Enjoy. Strap yourself in. It's going to be a wild morning. We've got Emma Bradford here. And, right, do you know what's perfect for a winter's morning like this? 2 quilts. 2 quilt kits. Get all snuggled up. Right, I'll talk about that in a moment. Let's start with the early bird. Say hello to me on Facebook, by the way. I know that Leslie's come and said hello this morning. Who else is here? Laurie's here. Hi, Laurie. Hi, Vix. Hope you're feeling in the pig today. All of you have a great day. Good morning, Donna. She said, good morning, Vix and everyone. It's Elliot and Kat in the hot seats today. Elliot and Kat are here. Right, this is a brilliant early bird, by the way. First time I've ever seen Orophyll as an early bird. Are you ready? It's £5 off today. Will be £24.99. I think these are brand new, you know. It's a full medley. I don't know whether we've ever done an Aurifil pack other than Chris English, who came in a couple of weeks ago, and he did a multi-weight thread pack. This is brilliant though. So in here, you have got lots of different weights, and I'll talk through. So you've got 7 different spools. The 50 weight is the one that you all recognise. This is the one that we see most commonly. That's obviously your sort of sew all everyday thread. That's 50 weight, and you get 200 meters. We've then got your 40 weight, which is this one, the green. They're all different coloured. They're all different coloured spools actually, so you can tell. So the green topper is this one, sorry, your 40 weight. That's your variegated as well. That is gorgeous. So 40 weight, similar as 50 weight, just slightly thicker. So again, nice for your piecing. If you are wanting to do top stitching, you can still use it in your machine. It will just give it a little bit more texture. Oh, especially with your variegated one as well. And it's Aurifil. For those of you that haven't tried Aurifil, this is a perfect chance because it is such beautiful quality cotton. Great to put in your sewing machine or in your bobbin, top of your sewing machine. We also have 28 weight. So we're going smaller in number, thicker on thread. So the lower the number, the heavier the cotton is. This is perfect for hand applique. This is really lovely for piecing as well. For hand quilting, this would be really nice. For machine quilting as well, you can still use this in your machine. £19.99 for all of these different weights. Such a good chance to try out all of the different weight cottons. If you ever need any more information about any of the thread weights when you get these home to see what's suitable, if you go onto Aurifil website, they've got lots of great information, lots of tips and tricks, what kind of stitches to use with it, what needles to use with each of them. That's a lovely green for Christmas as well, isn't it? Who started their Christmas makes? Let me know. We also have, so on this one, you have 100 meters of your 28 weight. We have 80 weight, which is, I think this one, yeah, 80 weight, which is your cream on your wooden spool. So this one's really nice for EPP, especially in this colour. Machine embroidery, hand applique, another heavier weight. Still 100% cotton. It was only actually introduced into the Aurifil family in 2016. So it's another one that is actually relatively new to the Aurifil collection, but a really good one to have in your stash. It's always worth thinking about, you know, when we're spending lots of money on different designer fabrics and different kits, what's keeping all of your fabrics together is the threads. So using the right threads for the right projects is quite integral actually. We've also got 50 meters of what's the one with the red top? This is wool. So I think you've got 2. So you've got 2 of your wool and then 1 floss. So 2 wool. You've got black and red of your wool. So if you're working with heavier weight fabrics, like any wool fabrics or knit fabrics, and you're wanting a heavier weight cotton. Oh, in fact, actually, one of them's even heavier. I think the black one's even heavier. I think that's a 12 weight. Let me see. Yes, it is. Right, sorry. 50 meters. Oh no, that one says, have a look, Kat. So, Kat's saying the 12 weight is the red one. So anyway, you will get a 12 weight and you'll get a wool, and then you also get a floss, and the floss is gorgeous. Look at the colour of that. Oh, that is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. I love that colour. Morning, Morag. She said morning, Vix and all. Elliot and Kat. Morag saying hello to you as well. Hi, Anne. Right, this will be going up to £24.99. Your pack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Aurifil spools for just 19.99. 19.99. Oh, it tells me the different colours here, actually. Let me tell you. So that makes it £2.85 a spool. £2.85 a spool. The black one is your wool, and then your 12 weight is your red. Can you see here, if you, when you get it home, you're struggling to distinguish, you do get the sleeve, which tells you the colours as well. So if there's a colour that you love, because it's Aurifil, obviously you can order more off their website, the different colours that you enjoy using with all the different weights that you like. Brand new early bird special today. Right, so Kat was having a bit of a look this morning because we're doing such amazing value for money, and she was saying that per spool you're looking about $3.75 on a lot of websites for Aurifil like this. So to be able to get this array of different mixed weights is perfect, and lovely colours as well. I think these are nice for autumn. I think these are really nice colours to use for your autumnal projects. Still got your grey, you've still got your cream, you've still got your black, but then you've also got a red, you've got a variegated, that lovely teal is one of my favourite colours. £19.99. And thank you for asking. She's just said, how's Maisie doing? She's absolutely golden. She is so gorgeous, but she's teething now. So as soon as you think, right, we're over the newborn stage, then bam, teething hits you. And it's just so hard, isn't it? But it just must be so horrible. I was saying to Kat, you just feel, it's so sad. They should be born with teeth, really, because imagine all your teeth poking through. Oh, it's horrible. Elizabeth, good morning. Looking cosy. Well, it's just one of those mornings, isn't it? It's all grey and miserable outside. Just stay in. Stay in. Oh, Joe, I'm pleased you managed to see the morning mantra. For anybody who missed it, today's morning mantra is, I can't change the way the river bends, so we might as well strap in and enjoy this strange little boat ride. What do you mean it's going to be a bumpy ride? We've had our morning coffee. We've had a naughty breakfast today. Naughty breakfast today. I'm feeling it's feeling very full, actually. We didn't need to have a big sausage and egg sandwich, did we? Well, Elliot had a double egg sandwich by accident. He came in and said, did anybody order a double egg sandwich? I said, you did. I said, I definitely did, because I read out the order from what you sent to me. And he's like, oh no, I did order a double egg sandwich. I don't know why. He says he was really happy with it in the end. Keep going through with your early bird, make the most of it. Anne's there, so morning Vix, nice to see you this morning. Well, we had to give John a little bit of a rest this week. Just one day, we can't give him too much of a luxury lying all week, but one day off I think he's allowed, isn't he? He'll be watching soon, I'm sure, he'll be watching. But yeah, John, I heard him say he was on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, so yes, need to give him one day off. $19.99 for your brand new Aurifil pack, and remember it's at a special price, so it will go up to $24.99 after today's show, only today. What a great gift for somebody as well. What a lovely gift. And it is, remember, Aurifil. I always think of it as more of a luxury, but actually at these prices, when you're working out price per spool, that is spoiling you. I think, we take thread a bit for granted. We talk a lot about fabrics. We talk lots about different kits and projects and things. But one of the most important things, of course, is having the right thread. I remember Debbie Shaw always telling me, of course, if you're using good quality thread, it will make such a difference on your sewing. One, it will make you seem stronger. It will mean they last longer. So your gorgeous projects that you're making for gifts for people, or if you're making to sell, if you're making for yourself, you want them to last, don't you, if you're spending the time to make something. So do think about the threads you're using. These are all lovely, really lovely. Right, as I say, today is going to be epic. It's a cozy up in lovely quilts day today. We've got Emma Bradford with 2 amazing new quilt projects. So the Dena Designs one at 9 o'clock is amazing, absolutely beautiful. I'll show it to you. Look at those colours. Don't get me wrong, I've absolutely loved the cave quilts that we've been bringing recently, but this just looks so fresh. So if cave, might be a little bit bright for some people, then this one is so fresh. Those teals are gorgeous. I love that. It's a full quilt kit. It comes with Moda fabrics, Dena Design fabrics, everything that you need for the front of the quilt. I just realised that you were actually saying that to me, weren't you? I thought you were saying to the customers, go on, go for it. But actually, she was saying to me to try and get this back into the packet, and I was struggling as I was just talking to you. This hour, by the way, though, the Dena designs, just so you know, is limited. It's on pre-order, but it's very limited. There's less than 50 of those quilt kits. So if you do want it, please do make the most of it. Also, this first hour, we got Sashiko designs. In fact, actually, no, the Sashiko's later on, but we've got Japanese fabrics, which will be really lovely to go with your Sashiko that we're doing later. So Taste of the East fabrics. At 10 o'clock, I can't do it, I'm moving on. At 10 o'clock, we've got Sashiko fabrics and threads coming up. Oh, Joe, you've jinxed me. Joe said it's going to be a bumpy ride. I've nearly fallen over. I can't get the threads back in the case. Can't talk. Dearie me. It's 8:15. Sashiko coming up at 10. One of my favourite Susan Briscoe books is back in stock. We've got brand new panels, new colourways. It's going to be amazing. 11 o'clock. Oh, my word. If you want the cosiest autumnal, beautiful quilt, Moda, look at that. Can I just say, I absolutely love this quilt. It's completely different to anything I've seen at Sewing Street before. I love it. And it's an Emma Bradford design. She's written the instructions for you. What do you think? Right, instructions are already going. There are instructions on their own. There are panels on their own. There are 4 different kits. One with Henry Glass, one with Moda. They're all quite similar pictures on the website, so we will go through them. But they all will sort of create what you can see there, similar tones and colours. But that panel's lovely as well. Really lovely. And then at 12 o'clock, right, we're going to do our best to show you as many sewing machines as possible. Definitely have a look on the website and see the machines ahead of the show. So if you've got any questions, you can ask away during that showcase. Now this hour, I can't remember doing a show like this, a Taste of the East, for ages. And I said to Kat, I don't think I've done one this year. It's been so long. Every single time we launch Japanese inspired fabrics, they always sell out. Susan's just messaged on Facebook saying, good morning, Vixen, everybody. My 16-month grandson, who is into everything. So make the most of it. Amazing as they grow so fast, getting into everything when they are up and walking. Do you know what? I will make the most of the fact that she is just rolling, but I can still sort of plonk her somewhere, and I know she won't go too far, but already, not for long. She's nearly 5 months now. She's nearly 5 months. It's scary, isn't it? And she's just got such a cheeky personality. She's so funny. But you're right, though. Everyone used to say to me, oh, it'll go so quick. And when you're in the newborn stage, every day feels like a lifetime. But now it's just gone. It's just gone. It's going so quickly. Right, where do we start? Yes, I love these. I'm pleased that you've said to start with these because I did notice them. The one with the beautiful, are they called pagodas or similar? They're not pagodas, are they? Reminds me of like Chinese pottery. It's absolutely beautiful. Right, should we go for the navy? So I'll show you the 2 colours so you can see the difference. But we'll start with the navy, but we have also got it with the white background. How gorgeous. In fact, I have seen this before. We used it with Emma Bradford's last quilt when she was here last because you could just see these beautiful houses. You've also got, can you see the attention to detail with the birds, the flowers? So whether you're choosing to focus in on fussy cutting, on lots of different elements, that's beautiful. Hi, Anne. Anne's messaging in. She's just said morning. Oh. Hang on, I saw Yvonne McAtamney doing her setup yesterday on Facebook. Is that where you're going, Anne? She says, I'm going to my first ever quilt fair. So excited. Do you know, I wish I could be there. It's over in Belfast, so I wonder if that's where you are, Anne. Let us know. Let us know. Send Yvonne our love. Say hello to her for us if you are going to her festival fair. Festival fair? Her quilt fair today. Hen, thank you for your message. Our lovely Tom. Tom's coming up to see us this weekend. Well, today. Elliot, can't wait to meet you tomorrow. And Kat, can't wait to see you as well. £7.49. But what would you think with this? For quilts, yes, we saw it. But imagine a lovely bag with this as well. Dressmaking. This is your chance. Buy the ½ metre. It's all cut off the bolt for you. What are they doing up there today? They are playing bowling. Can you hear that? It's 110 centimetres wide. It's 100% cotton. It is pagoda. I did say pagoda, didn't I? There you go. It's called a pagoda. Still quilting weight. Oh, yeah. Use this in lots of different projects. It's gorgeous quality. Yes, Anne's in Belfast. Oh, enjoy the quilt fair. Have the best time. £7.49. I love the fact that it's not just blue and white. You've got different depths of blue. You've got butterflies in there I hadn't noticed, look. Butterflies and flowers and birds. That is so pretty. We also have it in white. Do you know after you have one of those breakfast meals, do you get very thirsty? Is it very salty? Really thirsty today. I'm all right with water, I think, today, thank you. Right, the white background. This is really pretty as well. Yeah, Elliot likes this one. You can, it's YBYH39, please. Ignore the image on the web. This is the one that you'll get. The picture's slightly different. Or is it completely different? Just slightly different, but this is the one that you will get. I love the detail on the pagoda, actually. Look, can you see? You've got such lovely detail on there. And the little birds. Great fussy cutting opportunities on here. We've got great Sashiko panels. Do you know what you could do? You could do sort of borders. You could use it for a background of your Sashiko panels. Yeah, use it in conjunction with your Sashiko. How are you getting on with your Sashiko? Joe Wilcox, are you still watching? How are you getting on with yours? Joe bought some Sashiko panels from us recently, just before I went on maternity, actually. It was my last, I think it might have been my last show, because I remember thinking, right, this is what I need to be doing. But I did get a bit addicted to do my jigsaw. So I haven't done Sashiko yet. But the panels that people have made have been absolutely spectacular. And it's just a simple running stitch, but the end results are beautiful. So I think now that the winter night's drawing in and those darker mornings, it's nice to just sit and do a little bit of hand stitching, cozying up in a nice new quilt. Oh, doesn't it make you just want to stay in again and hibernate and just cozy on up? This is quite fresh, it is. I think this would be nice for tableware. Kitchen makes, actually. I'm thinking if you want to do a table runner, placemats, you could do a nice tea cozy. You could do some really pretty kitchen makes with this. Blue and white you can't go wrong with. It does just remind me of your Delft pottery, your Wedgwood pottery. It's gorgeous. Your pagoda with the white background. Okay, can we please do the carp, the koi carp collection? Because this is like a textured cotton. It almost looks like a linen. It's not, but it's slightly heavier weight. So I'm thinking for home furnishings, this is perfect. Or for bag makers, because you've got really great structure to it. But this is so cool. Dressmaking as well, actually. This would be really nice. Right, this is SGYH23. So we've got it on black, we've got it on navy, and I think we've also got it on like a creamy grey. But look at this. £5.49.5 metre. You got your koi carp. £5.49. In fact, let me hold this out. Still 100% cotton. It's printed in Japan as well. It's lovely, absolutely lovely. So the actual base cotton itself, if I just show you the reverse of it, can you see that it's almost got like a bit of a linen texture to it? The suppliers actually describe this as a supreme quality base cotton. It's absolutely beautiful, and look at the detail in your koi carp. It's got a slight metallic to it, not a sparkly metallic, but just a gold edging, which looks amazing. Susie Duncan's watching. Oh, Susie, I've not seen you for ages. Hope you're well. She says, morning, love Sashiko and Eastern inspired fabrics. Reminds me of my childhood years in Japan. I didn't know that you grew up in Japan. I learned something new about Susie every single time. No, did you know that, Elliot? Yeah? Elliot seemed to know that. Oh, I didn't know. That's one place that is definitely on my bucket list. I'd love to go to Japan. I bet it's just absolutely beautiful there. I really would like to go when it's cherry blossom season. Yeah, It'd be amazing. I do love the navy background on this one, actually. I've seen people who have done lovely fussy cutting with this. And in fact, actually, I think that this fabric was on Sewing Bee. There's been a few fabrics that I keep spotting on Sewing Bee. Susie said, I'm even wearing my kimono today. Yeah, what about kimono? This would be really nice for a kimono, actually. It is quite structured, but do you know Delphine wears like a lovely kimono style over like a cami black top? This would look really nice. Layering up. Or quite a structured shirt. Men's shirt, this would be really cool. Great for dressmaking. We do have it with a black background. How are you anyway, Susie? Have you been foraging? It is blackberry weather, isn't it? Picking weather. I keep seeing blackberries everywhere and I keep forgetting my Tupperware. I go on my little walks and I think, oh, I want to go blackberry picking. Need to take a Tupperware wherever I go. Right. This one again does have that very slight golden metallic just running through the scales of your koi cup. So you can see here it's got the darker background, the black background. Right, very, very limited. It's sold well on pre-order. This is now down to the last 8 meters. Yeah, when are you back in, Susie? Let me know when you're back in. In fact, you picked back blackberries yesterday. What are you making? What are you making? Some jam? What are you making for us, I should say, Susie? I can't eat any more crumble. Please don't make crumble. My mom keeps. I think one of her neighbours has got an apple tree and she's got loads of cooking apples. So I'm not telling, don't tell a lie, literally every day she's like, I've made another crumble. I'm like, Mum, I can't eat any more crumble. Please don't feed me any more crumble because I can't resist it. With custard or with ice cream, oh, it's just delicious. But no, can't do it. It's not good for the waistline. Right, so it's again that same ultra beautiful quality base cotton. It almost does have that bit of a linen look. It's got really lovely vibrant oranges. Great for bag making. Finally with the grey background. It's a lovely soft grey. It's almost like a violety grey actually, I'd go as far as saying. There's nothing else quite like this, and there's only 4 meters left. Only 4 meters left. What about for home furnishings, for cushions or for blinds? I'm all about home furnishings at the moment. This would be perfect. Pardon? Oh, just repeat what Kat said. My producer just said to me, yeah, because you could really focus on the fish. What do you mean? Fussy cut. Oh, fussy cut. You could, I thought you meant when you, yes, it's great for home furnishings because you can focus on the fish. Well, she's sitting there on the sofa. Absolutely. Right, had a lesson in walnut foraging too. A lesson in walnut foraging? Hang on, how do you know what's a good walnut or a bad walnut? Where'd you get them? What did you learn, Susie? And what are you going to make? Right, Susie's back in on the 12th. Am I here then? Lemon and blackberry muffins, scrumptious. Lemon and blackberry. That sounds a nice combo. Oh no, they're keeping us apart, Susie. It's a Sunday. You run with Rebecca Reed. Right, 4 meters remaining. That is about to sell out. Keep going through for it. Should we stick with the same texture and do the other fabrics that are the same sort of weight? These are lovely as well. Right, what is this symbol? Can you remember? I think this is noshi. Have a look at this and bear with me 1 second. I'll keep talking, but I'll have a look. I think it is noshi, you know. Maybe it's not pronounced noshi. I'm not quite sure. I'm just having a look in the Susan Briscoe book that we've got on the show later. This is on pre-order, by the way. Right, on $7.92.94. Let's have a look. Noshi. I've got the Ultimate Sashiko book. It's got all of the different... Yeah, it is. Well done. Noshi. This is a wall hanging, a noshi wall hanging. And then later on through this book, it tells you the different meanings behind them. So yes, it's noshi, but what does that mean, you ask? They all have different hang on. I can't do two things at once. This is one thing I'm not very good at now. 92. Baby brain is a thing. I can't talk and think about what I'm saying. Right, so noshi, noshi, noshi. I don't know why that sounded funny. Here we go. This was originally a bundle of dried strips of abalone used to decorate ritual offerings. It's actually this edible shellfish was considered to be the food of the gods. It is usually depicted like a bundle of ribbons or fabric strips and is one of the most impressive motifs for kimono. There you go. So this would be a lovely kimono, Susie. Oh, there you go. Susie just said, love that noshi fabric. Make a great bento bag. Brilliant. I don't know what a bento bag is. Is this another Japanese-inspired bag? Let's have a look at the Ultimate Sashiko book. If you do want the Ultimate Sashiko book, it's on pre-order at the moment. It is my absolute go-to. It's brilliant. But this is lovely. And you've also got lots of other of your Japanese symbols. We would just also have it with a darker background. Is a bento bag a lunch bag? Oh, okay. Bento boxes. Single portion takeout or home packed meal of Japanese origin. Yeah, there you go, it is. Susan Briscoe's book is fabulous, great techniques and design, loved learning the history. That's what I love about it, Susie, is that every sort of symbol in your Sashiko and every symbol in your panels has all got different meanings, and Susan is just such a fountain of knowledge. She does explain it all in this book. So this is exactly the same fabric this time with the dark background, but it does still have this lovely texture to it. Perfect for dressmaking, really lovely for soft furnishing as well. Kat prefers this one for a kimono. She's saying, I really like the darker background. Yes, love this. £6, 99.5 metre. Do you know, all of these are now very, very limited. We had 10 metres. Right, 3.5 metres went on pre-order, just so you're aware. If you do want multiple units, remember, add as much as you can to your order and check out, and it will all come joined up. Bento bag is a bag that's tied over the top of a bento box. Used to have them when we went to watch sumo wrestling and picnics. Susie, you've had the best life. This is so cool. This is what I really want to go to Japan. Imagine that, just sitting there with your bento box, having your lovely food, watching sumo wrestling. That's so cool. Yeah, Susan said darker one, definitely for a kimono. I didn't know there was a kimono emoji. That's a new thing, Susie. She's got a little kimono emoji on the Facebook Live. You might as well be here, Susie. You might as well just come in and have a chat. £6.99. Right, 2 metres of this one left. 2 metres of this one left, and then that's sold out. And that is again with your noshi. We still have some of the white available if you miss this, if you do miss this. I've got lovely dragonfly fabric up next. And then, shall we do the panel? Lots of people asking about the panel on the front desk. We've got... So, at the front of the desk. This is YDYH94. This is new to me. Oh, these are lovely. So these are slightly lighter weight. This is 7-berry fabric. Look at that. This would be really lovely as a border detail on your Sashiko panels. If you're making a panel, you could have this as a border or a backing of a cushion. You could have it as a lining of a bag. Japanese inspired bag would be beautiful. Dare I say it? I really don't mean this disrespectfully, but this is more of you sort of blend a fabric, isn't it? Depending on what you're doing, if you do just want this as a lovely dress, how pretty would that be? Again, dragonflies, very sort of sentimental in Japanese culture. £6.99. I must say, Susie, I just wanted to wait until Kat helped me with what you said on Facebook Live. Love to be there, but up to my ears in post-Hyder glow, washing and prep. Hyder glow. She says it's post-holiday washing. I'm not sure what that typo was. So I'm not quite sure what that is, but I thought it was some, again, Japanese, I don't know, some sort of hobby. £6, or some sort of foraging that you've been doing. Dragonflies are symbols of courage and strength and happiness in Japanese culture. And in ancient mythology, Japan was known as a different name, in fact, which actually meant land of the dragonflies. How cool is that? And I love that you got purples and teal blues as well. They're lovely colours in there. Right, we also have it with the cream background, so that's your navy. Brand new today. This is all still made in Japan. This is lovely. This one's got greens and purples this time. Green and purple leaves with lovely dragonflies. Oh, see, that's really nice. That'd be really nice for some big oversized cushions, I'm thinking. Oversized cushions in a bedroom, or, yeah, big futon. Nice. It is lovely. Nice and fresh colours. Still 100% cotton. Natural colourway. Just £6.99 a half metre. That is lovely. Brand new in today. Brand new in today. I thought I'd not seen these before. Are the other colourways brand new as well? All of them are. Yeah, these are all brand new. All the dragonflies are new in today. Oh, and how nice would they be for, you know, little gift ideas, for Christmas little bags. How about for christenings or weddings, especially with the sentimentality. Is sentimentality a word? The sentiment that dragonflies have. I think it is a word. Don't type it into the dictionary. Sentimentality is a word. It's actually not what I meant. Sentiment. It is a word. That's all. That's the important bit. That reminds me of Kieran playing Scrabble. My husband playing Scrabble. He'll just make up words, and then he'll say, "I'm sure it's a word. Google it." And then I said, "No, but you don't know that it's a word." But he says, "Doesn't matter if it's a word. It's a word." It used to really annoy me. Yeah, you have to be able to use it in a sentence, and then you say sentimentality is a word. There's my sentence. Oh, yeah, this absolute gorgeous burgundy. Perfect for Christmas. Oh, brand new. Oh, this would be lovely for Christmas makes, actually. I'm thinking for tote bags or wine bottle bags, gift bags for people, because it doesn't scream in your face like Noddy Holder, it's Christmas. But it is lovely. It also doesn't sort of scream Japanese-inspired fabrics. It's just absolutely beautiful, but with a little nod to it. Brand new in today for borders, for your sashing, for EPP maybe. Just get half a metre of each of the different colours. They'd all work together really, really well. And actually, lots of these colours we've got in the Sashiko show for panels, these lovely red burgundies. What about doing a clamshell EPP to make it more like your waves of Sashiko? That'd be lovely. Instead of your traditional hexy EPP, you could do it with clamshells. Good idea. We have also got it with a black background. Remember, these are all new. I absolutely love all of these. I'm so pleased you love them too. Kat's going to get some of the cream. Honestly, she's been so busy shopping the last few weeks, haven't you, Kat? Oh my word, it's a new month though now. New month. Look at this. Go for it. Get half a metre, Kat, for your EPP. Look at this with the purple. This is a little shirt dress. Would be really pretty, wouldn't it? Kat bought a dress with this print, actually, similar to this print. Isn't it lovely? Hi, Margaret. She said good morning. How is everybody today? Oh, it's a grey September morning, isn't it? Oh, it's definitely September. I thought we were going to have a bit of an African beautiful summer, but nope. Is it your birthday, Madelia? What date's your birthday? 20... Of course it's the 26th. I did know that. Just £6, 99 half metre. I can't remember it. Isn't that lovely? Can I show you all 4 colours next to each other? So you've got the black background. Oh, I like the black and the red together. The black and the cream as well. I suppose because they've both got these have both got the purples in. That'd be nice. Would you? Kat's making a tea dress with the skirt with the black and the top bit in cream. And then maybe the sleeves in the blue, she's saying. That's really interesting. Good luck with that, Kat. Oh my word, it's Elliot's 30th birthday. The 26th. Right, we've got to do a show. Elliot, the 26th. Who's on the 26th? I bet John Scott's back. Elliot, will you come in on your 30th, please? Come in for it, because it's me, Joe and Kat, and we can do you a little breakfast 30th. I'd be really offended if you said no, because let's face it, your birthday celebrations aren't going to start until after lunchtime, are they? So we can do you a breakfast, your birthday breakfast. £6, 99. £6.99 for the black. Right, do make sure you have a look back through on the website and check out. They're all brand new today. They are absolutely gorgeous, all made in Japan. Right, let's do the panel next. We've got loads to get in 20 minutes before Emma Bradford's here. Look at the quilt behind me, by the way. It goes nicely with my jumper, doesn't it? It's like still got that lovely summery, fresh feeling. But, oh, it's lovely. Quite aquatic, actually. Those lovely teal blues are beautiful. Right, look at this. Now, what I love about this is that, yes, you could have this as a really lovely wall hanging. I'm imagining it with like a wooden, is it called dowel? Wooden dowel at the top and hanging it up. You could finish the edges beautifully and just have it as it is. Could do some stitching over the top of it, if you wish. You could even just do a simple hand quilting round the edge, just a running stitch around the edge. Or what you could do is you could cut these out and you've got perfect 5-inch squares. Coasters, you could have them as blocks on quilts, on cushions. You could make little bags. You could make multiple things with this. Look at how many different squares you've got. And you've also got that really lovely gold metallic dash line around the edge. Hi, Dawn Taylor. Dawn's watching. Dawn said a Wendy Orlando puff cushion in the black and cream. Yes, I like that option a bit better than Kat's tea dress option, actually. I can't repeat what she's just said in my ear. But she's annoyed that I didn't enjoy a dress idea. I'm excited to see the end result. You know, it's those blue sleeves that I thought was obscure. It was when you went down the blue sleeve route. Oh, 1999. Gorgeous panel. Susie, what does this say then? This is brand new in today. I'm upside down. What? How will I translate this? No, you don't. That's new. Right, did you know that on Translate Online, you could literally hover your phone over the top of it and it will translate it for you? Pardon? That's amazing. So, that's incredible. I thought that you had to type it in I knew you could do Google Translate, but I didn't know that you could do it with symbols as well. This is fantastic. No, it's not working. It's not working. Brand new panel, brand new panel. Even your background fabric, if you are using the 5-inch squares for other projects, keep this, because how lovely is that sort of indigo blue? Perfect for all of your Sashiko projects again. Definitely a wall hanging for Kat. You've got lots of Japanese inspired bits and bobs around your home, haven't you? This would be nice. Kat's got a Japanese inspired bathroom. I do love that. So that's the only panel. Oh, in fact, actually, we do have one on the website. It wasn't sent up to us in the studio. There was one scheduled, so we could show it you on the website if you'd like. This is the only one that we've got physically here. If you have a look on sewingstreet.com, everything for today is on pre-order. And the quilt behind me, right, just so you know, we started with around 50. We've now got less than 40 of those. So if you do want one of the Dena design quilts, you get over, was it something like 8 meters of fabric? It's a lot of fabric, over 8 meters of fabric in that. And it's a really lovely design. Those of you that haven't got onto the website, we'll give you the item code on the side graphic so you can call the customer service team if you do want to get ahead, because that is one of the most limited quilt kits we've had for a long, long time. In the main graphic is another panel, which we'll show you on the website. Right, there is your item code for the Dena designs. It's ONUV86. Fantastic. Sorry, I'm doing 10 things at once, aren't I? Right, this is another big panel. The size of it is, I don't know if it's ½ meter. I think it's the same size as this. I think it's exactly the same size as the other one that we had, the previous panel. I love the cranes though. They are again very sentiment. I told you it was going to be a good day today. I text the gang, my bubble, at what time? 1 o'clock in the morning, saying, just so you know, it's probably going to be a bit of a car crash, Telly, because I'm still up. But the cranes were often used to protect households from negative forces in Japan. I do love them. They often hang them in doorways or to separate two rooms. So these are great, these panels, aren't they? I thought I often see them in shops and restaurants, but they do often hang them in shops and restaurants to keep out the dust and the wind. Oh my word, I need these all the time. I hate dusting. I think it's probably my most, the job, the housework job I just really dislike. Does anybody else sort of dust around things? So if I've got like my mantelpiece with a few bits and bobs on, I'll dust it all, but then every now and then I'll lift it up and think, oh my word, I haven't dusted under there for ages. It's horrendous. You hoover the shelves and things as well. It's slatted blinds I find get really dusty. Oh my word, don't start, Kat. Don't even look at them, just avoid it. Just ignore them. So this one is 100% cotton. It's 50 centimetres by 110 centimetres. So it is your standard sort of ½ metre size. It is selling, even though we haven't got it here in the studio. Get it home to see for yourself. It's gorgeous. Your cranes in flight for just $19.99. I think this one, and then if you get one of I'm thinking the dragonfly fabrics to you do as a border around the edge, you could do a really quick quilt, couldn't you? Very affordably as well. Today, £19.99. Right, let's do these. Kat, that just reminded me of my my childhood going to singing competitions. She just went, next, in my ear. Next. This is QTYH85. QT. Right, so let me go back to my ultimate Sashiko guide. They've just called it geoprint, and it's not just a geoprint. Right, this is new, by the way. This is new. This is one of the most popular designs that you will see in Japanese Sashiko culture. I think that this one is the hemp leaf. Oh, Kat's getting the panel. The cranes one. Oh, good. I can see it here. I'm just trying to find it in the directory. Susie will know what this one's called, I bet. It's not Waves. It's not Diamond Stars. It's not that one. Is it this one, the hemp leaf? Is it? I think it is. A star-like hemp leaf is probably the most famous Sashiko pattern. It originally came from China, where it originated with Buddhism and represent radiating light or even inner light of the soul. It is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Hi, Clayton, Merseyside. Morning, Vic and team. Loving the show. So much info, as well as gorgeous fabrics. Fab combination. Great day. Thank you ever so much. Oh, it's all from the Sashiko book. It's brilliant. All the information that you'll ever need about Japanese culture and lots of different motifs are all from here. I've learned so much from this Susan Sashiko book. Susan Briscoe Sashiko book. I've just decided to just combine lots of words today to create new sentences. Right, this one's on your black background. These are all brand new. That is lovely, isn't it? Really, really nice. I am thinking again for borders, for linings, for backgrounds, especially at that price. It's such a good price. Oh, here we go. Violet's giving us cleaning tips now. Not just Sashiko information, we also give you household cleaning tips. Violet said, hi Vicky, do your blinds with beeswax furniture polish. It smells great and helps stop them being static to every micro grain of dust. I haven't used beeswax cleaner before. Is that really nice? Smells nice. Kat says she loves the smells of it. Have you? Oh, Kat's just got her email. She's placed her order for her. Do you do it on, I was going to say you do it on the web. I always call them. I'm not, even though I always say on air, it's the quickest way to get involved is the app and the web. I don't know whether you knew this, but I love speaking. I love speaking to people. And when I get home, I feel like, I haven't spoken enough today. So I'll call the call centre and buy things as well and have a chat with them. £6.99. £6.99. That's on the navy. Only a slight difference. I will show you next to this one so you can see. This one's got a darker background. It's actually quite difficult to see on screen. Sorry. Then we also have red. Sorry, I'm whizzing through these now, but I'm very aware that we've got 10 minutes and we've still got a Helen Newton pattern. Hi, Mary. Mary's messaging saying my birthday gift from my family in Japan was wrapped in this pattern in red. Oh, here you go. This is it. Guess what I bought? Would you like this? Oh, it's lovely. She says I've bought some already. How nice is that? Oh, the Christmas wrapping. If you have a look, there's a Japanese wrapping technique called, now it sounds a bit similar to a naughty word, so I'm not even going to try and repeat it. But if you just type into YouTube, Japanese gift wrapping with fabrics, oh, it's brilliant. It means you don't need to find the end of your sticky tape. It means you're not using paper, we're being good to the environment, and people can reuse their fabric as a gift in itself. So yes, I'm all for the Japanese technique of wrapping, and especially using the hemp leaf pattern fabric. It's lovely, isn't it? Just £6.99. Still 100% cotton, 110 wide. Beautiful quality and a really, really lovely pattern. Okay, we've also got, do you want to do the Helen Newton kit just so that then we get that in? Because I love this kit. This launched for, I want to say our birthday. It was a really special event. It was 3rd of March, so it was the birthday show. Helen Newton kits are amazing. Now we've rebundled it. We've cut fat quarters especially for it. So you've got the pink for the border and the back of your envelope back cushion. You've then also got your brown, which I'm guessing for your mountains. Oh no, for the hair and the trees. You've got the blue for the mountains, the green for the grass, the white for your background, and then this lovely William Morris for your kimono, for your boat, your lantern. You could even cut little bits for your moon and your flowers, your corners. You've got plenty of fabric here anyway to be able to do it, and you'll have lots left over. Helen Newton applique cushions are always very, very popular. Cara Ackerman actually demonstrated this back in March, on the 3rd of March, if you do want to watch that back on YouTube. Definitely go and watch that. This is your Japanese girl. We've also got some lovely blossom fabrics. This again has got that same texture that we had earlier on with the koi carps. Oh no, it hasn't. Oh no, you want these ones? These ones are lovely as well. We've got a few that we'll try and squeeze in. This one's got the gold metallic again. Brand new. We've had lots of lovely brand new fabrics in, haven't we? Yeah, this is one of Elliot's favourites. That is lovely. Oh, it wasn't William Morris, it was Liberty. You're right, Susie. She says that looks like a Liberty fabric. That one, that wasn't William Morris, was it? It's Liberty. My bad. £6.99. This would be a nice little clutch bag, drawstring bag, bridesmaid, little, I'm thinking accessories for weddings. Love it, love it, love it. £6.99. Now it also comes in a black colourway. It gives you a completely different feel. More of your autumnal colours. Black, red and really lovely bright yellows. This is you, Kat, isn't it? Oh, this is Kat's colourway. Reds, greens, yellows, black background, white in there. Oh, it's really bright. The floral fabric would be amazing for gift bags. You're right, Susie. These are absolutely gorgeous. Brand new, all brand new. No, that was what I was going to say. Kat keeps accusing me of copying her. 100% cocktail, still 44 inches wide. This would be perfect for dressmaking, for homewares. Oh, a lampshade. Tea dress for me in the black, said Susie. Tea dress. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Now, we do also have another black version, but with purple and blue flowers. Look at this. Ah, this one's really nice with the gold metallic. Kat says she thinks this is more of her colourway. She likes the blues and the purples together. I must say the sparkle really stands out on this one, the gold metallic sparkle. Is that a thing? A handkerchief dress? Yeah. Is it? What does a handkerchief dress look like, please? Oh, I love those style dresses. I'd never knew it was called a handkerchief dress. I do. This would give you more of a structured dress, though. Remember, Kat. A mid-length skirt, Elliot, midi skirt. He's asking, oh, what's a midi skirt? He seems very interested in what a midi skirt. Oh, what sort of length? Final fabric. The corals and blues and greens. Right, just so you know, the cream and the pink is the most popular at the moment, which I really love as well. And I think lots of people actually are thinking about weddings, christenings, birthdays that have been postponed, parties, and we're all finally able to celebrate them. These would make great blouses. You're absolutely right, Susie. Honestly, she's just brilliant with all the inspiration this morning. Thank you for being on the ball, Susie, because I'm not. Oh, honestly, little Maisie, I can't wait for you to meet her, Susie. If on the 12th, it's a Sunday, isn't it? If I'm about, I can't remember why it is that I can't do the 12th, but I'm sure by the afternoon I'll be fine. I probably have thought, right, I need a Sunday off. So I'll bring her in to show you. I'll bring her in. Yeah, to show you Maisie. You have to meet her. To meet her. Me showing her off. Right, we've only got a few minutes left before Emma Bradford is here. Shall we do a pattern? If we've got lots of our lovely fabrics, Let's do a nice Japanese inspired cushion. Now this is a Sally Ann Harrison pattern. Oh, in fact, I've seen this cushion somewhere. We won't go find it. Do you know why I've seen this cushion somewhere? Because we've got a really organised sample stock room through in the office, which Catherine Wright, I think Catherine Wright stockroom shamed us the other day on air, didn't she? She laughed when I was talking about the organised stockroom. She laughed in my face. £9.99. This is your Japanese origami flower cushion. This is an unusual circular cushion with Japanese vibe. The front of the cushion is featured with a folded reverse applique flower. Is beaded and quilted. The cushion is piped and the back features a full width zipper. The gusset is made using Japanese fabric and complements the origami feature on the front. I would suggest that this is a more intermediate project due to the piping and the zipper. Although, did you watch the piping demo the other day with Barbara McClay and the zipper? Yeah, go for it. And look, this isn't just one little page. Sally Ann Harrison has given you full, detailed, very detailed instructions in a whole book for one cushion, which is brilliant. Some of our brand new fabrics today, they'd be gorgeous, wouldn't they? Rather than doing them with a plain background fabric, do it with a Japanese fabric as well. Maybe a dragonfly fabric or one of the new ones that we've had today would be beautiful. £9.99. Now we do also have another kit from Yvonne McAtamney. Then Louise wants to see the fans fabric. Yeah, let's squeeze those in. So we've got the Japanese wall hanging from Village Fabrics. Oh, these needle case kits were beautiful. Inside, you've got stunning fabrics. I must say, Yvonne McAtamney does put together the most beautiful kits with really, really special fabrics. There it is. It's a beautiful needle case with a really long tie and a little pin cushion on the end there. And in your kit, you have all that you need. Look at this gorgeous fabric. Your felt as well, your Japanese lovely textured fabric too, all kitted by Yvonne. You've got your templates in here. You've got all of your instructions, all kitted from Yvonne. She did do the demonstration of this with myself. I can't tell you when it was. Oh, I can, 23rd of March. 23rd of March. If you do want to watch that back, it's gorgeous. Such a lovely project. Keep all of your nice Sashiko needles in maybe. Right, what's the fan fabric then? This is your stripe with your reds, your golds, your creams. Oh, I like this. This is brand new. Gotta be brand new. I've never seen this before. Yeah, brand new. Brand new, brand new. Louise, can you see that they're fans? That looks so cool, doesn't it? It's not one that you notice initially, is it? Kat just thought that they were different shapes, but they look amazing. £6.99 a half metre, and your chance to buy the half metre. Susie said the cushion would be awesome with the floral fabric in the flower shape and the dragonfly fabric around the edge. I still have a welcome to the world gift. Oh my gosh, Susan, yes, you need to meet Maisie, definitely. Oh, yeah, you got a present for her. Definitely need to meet her. I'll be there Sunday. No, I'm only joking. I can't wait for you to have a cuddle. Also, what was I going to say? We've got this in a different colourway. That's what I was going to say. We've got the different colourways. I've got the blue. We've got the blue with the grey fans. Susie, you already got me a present. Susie bought me all lovely, really lovely smelly things. I had a pamper day before I had her. Oh, it was amazing. I still got bits and bobs from the pamper she got me. I know, no time to pamper now, like no time to pamper. I barely get a chance to brush my teeth in the morning or do anything, brush my hair. And Elliot said, yeah, we can tell the way you roll up here in the morning. How rude. £6.99. I definitely had my jumper on backwards this morning at the petrol station, and I still had my hair in pigtails because Maisie started to pull my hair constantly, so I wear my hair back, but wearing it in a bobble in bed is really uncomfortable, so I've started putting it in pigtails so I can lie flat. So I went this morning to the petrol station and still with my pigtails that were all wonky, and I looked and my jumper was all on backwards, and I thought, oh, what a mess. Sort yourself out. I've got to go on telly in an hour. Right, £6.99 with your blue Vans. This is the last fabric that we're going to be able to do before Emma Bradford comes on. But what we'll do is we'll move the things that we haven't done into the 10 o'clock show, as again, we're still focusing on Japanese theme and we're talking all things Sashiko. Oh, I know, Dawn Taylor did babysit Maisie. She said she was fast asleep, so she was good as gold, wasn't she, when you were here, Dawn? Right, coming up after the break, the amazing Dena design quilts that's behind me. This is so beautiful. What Kat is going to do is launch the graphics for you live now. So there you go. If you do want the quilt kit, it comes with over 8 meters of beautiful fabric, including your Moda grunge as well. This one, which is your dark teal, has got lovely texture. It's your Moda grunge fabric. Gorgeous. Available on split pay, over 8 meters of fabric. Oh, amazing. Susan said she ordered her fan fabric. Brilliant. Oh, Louise, sorry. Susie said fan fabric definitely for a John Scott shirt waiting to happen. Good idea, good idea. Right, make sure you're checking out on all of your Japanese fabrics. Secure your Dena design quilt. We're going to be back demonstrating, going through the kits with Emma Bradford. There's less than 35 of those left. We started with 50, so do make sure you stay with us. We're back right after this.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long-arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, I've just seen the baskets for this, and loads of you are still yet to check out, but I've got it in your basket, so I know how much you love it. Wait until we open this up and we have a good look through, because it is absolutely beautiful. We've had some lovely quilt kits recently, haven't we? Some really lovely ones. A majority of the Free Spirit ones like this have been K facet ones, which, don't get me wrong, I can't get enough Kaif. I really, really can't. But actually, when you start to look at these colours, oh, it is such a beautiful, fresh, completely sort of different tone, but it's lovely, isn't it? $139.99, but you get over 8 meters of fabric in this kit. It's a huge kit, and it's all been put together beautifully. If you are gifting this for somebody, it's a 59-inch finished quilt, so it's a big quilt. It's called Double Paradise. Now inside you have 11 printed fabrics, all 100% cotton, Free Spirit. You've also got lovely Moda in here. We will go through it and dive in with Emma as well and talk through the fabrics and how you start to organise yourself. But your instructions are in here. The instructions aren't sold separately, they're only in the kit. And then inside, it all comes beautifully wrapped in tissue paper. We've opened this up this morning, I'm not gonna lie, so yours will come nicely wrapped. Plus, you're getting all of your fabrics. Over 8 meters of fabric. You've got your Moda grunge. You've got your Dena designs. You've also got your beautiful blue. Look at these all together. This is a lot of fabric, isn't it? Like a lot of fabric. That is one of my favourites. We've seen some of these in fat quarters before, and they've always sold very, very quickly. So to have a whole quilt collection on split pay, $69.99. That's $139.99 in total. Do make sure you're checking out as soon as you can. Susie just said, absolutely love that quilt. Right, I'm going for it. I'm diving in. The colours are stunning. So this is your Moda grunge, which you can see used in the half square triangles. It just has like watercolours, doesn't it? Oh my word. I've not seen the Moda grunge this colour before. Normally see it in the reds or the greys. It is more sort of grungy, whereas this one is actually your teals and jades, looks more like watercolours. Very pretty. Then you've also got, look at these bird fabrics. They are stunning. All 100% cotton quilting weight. We loved this collection when we bought it to you by the half metre. I know how popular it was. It was Ming, you, Kat, that launched it, wasn't it? And we absolutely fell in love with it. There was this one in the Solstice range, which I think were the standout collections of earlier this year. Dena designs, they are beautiful. They're all based on Australian parks, and you can see those gorgeous colours, all of the different flowers, very exotic flowers. Lovely colours to go with. And the great thing is when you get a quilt kit put together for you like this, you have plenty of fabric. You've got enough fabric, obviously, to make the whole kit, the whole quilt, without having to raid through your stash, but also the perfect complementary colours. So your solids are going to match in absolutely perfectly. They've thought about the different textures and different scales of print. This one was always the most popular. It's the mosaic print, which is beautiful. You've got loads of fabric, by the way. These aren't small samples. There's got to be at least, there's probably a metre of that one. There's loads. You've got the little floral. This is the rose one. Again, loads of this. We officially have less than 30. There is more of you that have got this in your baskets though, so please do be checking out as soon as you can. Over 8 meters of fabric in total. That's like your misty blue, isn't it? That's nice. Oh, do you know what? I would probably use a misty blue to back it because it's like that colour. I haven't got any in stock at the moment, but if you've got any in your stash, look at this one as well, your grey. Greyish, I should say. It's more of a beigey grey. And this one's always one of my favourites. You are going to have so many fabrics to choose from. And this is the great thing about this kit, actually. When we were talking to Emma about it this morning, she says you have got so much choice. There is so much scope to play around with design. So you can have and that's the fun part, isn't it, when you get a kit like this, is playing with all the different fabrics. And I suppose you can't go wrong because they've done all the hard work for you and have put together different scales of print and the different colours that all complement each other. You can't go wrong. Oh, Mandy, she says, I just got it. She says, I couldn't resist. Oh, Mandy, I don't blame you. As soon as I saw it this morning, I thought, do you know what? What a beautiful, beautiful quilt. It's just so fresh, isn't it? It's those colours. My favourite colours in the world are those lovely teals. And anybody, by the way, who's saying, oh, it looks very complex, there looks lots of different blocks on there, don't panic, because actually we can... Emma's a brilliant teacher, so she can demystify it all for you. But she was saying how simple this is going to be for everybody. So if you are just starting out on your quilting journey, maybe this could be your first big quilt. Once you've got yourself organised, obviously there's lots of cuttings, but we'll talk about different ways of getting through all your cutting as well. $69.99. Use that split pay option. It's one of the most limited quilt kits now. One of the most limited quilt kits. We've got less than 30 chances, so I'll give you a heads up throughout the show. If you've got any questions for Emma, get them in. Right, Emma, it's so lovely to have you back. How are you? Good. Good. Yeah. These are lovely, aren't they?
I love them. Oh yeah, they are really gorgeous.
This was already made up by the Free Spirit Moda team, weren't they? But I bet when you got the kit home...
Yes, you look through all those fabrics, it is gorgeous. And they all, like you said, they all really go really well together. So it's all coordinating. So there really isn't any way that you can put a fabric wrong in it, because you do have a lot of scope, like you said, of how you want to put the blocks.
So how many different blocks are there?
So it's actually just one block.
Oh, is it?
It's just one pattern, and then the different sort of ways that you can make it look just depend on which fabrics that you use.
Your lights and darks.
Yeah.
I love that. Because it looks like lots of very different blocks, actually, doesn't it? That's really clever. Yeah.
And especially because you do have the grunge in every one of them. So depending on how much of the grunge that you use, the Moda grunge, it really makes it look different, and also the different sort of contrasts of fabric.
I love it. Now, you seem to get so much fabric.
You do.
Over 8
And
meters.
I didn't, because we didn't have to make this one up, I didn't actually cut the whole quilt.
No.
But I know from the other kits that I've done, you do get a generous amount left over.
Yeah.
And also, so if you're very precise in your cutting, you get a lot left over. But also, if you do make a mistake and you cut a strip wrong, you've still got enough leeway in your fabric to recut it and still be able to make your quilt.
Yeah, because some quilt kits, I know they literally put almost to the inch, don't they? So you have to be really precise. And I'm just thinking as well, you'll have fabric then potentially to make another block to do cushions.
Yes, cushions, yeah.
Yeah, or a bag to match, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk through some of the cutting, because I suppose that's going to be, you're going to have to get yourself a bit of a production line, lots of cutting.
There is quite a bit of cutting. There's a couple of different ways of doing it. So the actual shapes that you have to cut, there's only about 3 different size shapes that you have to cut. So it's not too bad. What I want to start with is, and I know a lot of people who watch already know how to do this, but I learned from watching it on telly, and I just wanted to show cutting a strip width of fabric.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things, you can hear it, all of the instructions say cut width of fabric. But if you don't know what that actually means,
it being done.
Yeah.
I'm a visual learner, I am, so it's good to have this. How do you know, are they all sort of perfectly straight edges, or do you need to always straighten up your edge fabric?
It all depends. It all depends. So let me start off with so you get your fabric. So what I've done is I folded it with my selvage edges together. So I've given it a press. I'm lining up my selvage edges at the top here. And then you just want to hold it so that your fabric is laying straight. So if I do that, you can see that it's got a ripple in it, and you can see it's not lined up at the top very well. Now it won't, you wouldn't necessarily line it up with the cut edges together with the selvage edges.
Yeah.
Because when the fabric is cut off the bolt, it doesn't always come off straight anyway, just because of the physics of how the fabric is laying on the bolt. So just line up your selvage edges. Don't worry about the cut edges, but just look at how your fabric is laying, and you want it to be perfectly straight.
Okay.
Now if I have a look, yeah, my cut edges are ever so slightly, I have cut some off it. It's maybe not quite a quarter of an inch difference between the two. You might have a little bit more than that if you haven't cut anything off yet, but I've already lined this up and cut some off once. So I'm folding it again, so it's in quarters basically, and I'm lining up that fold with one of the lines on my cutting mat.
Okay.
And then you can either use a ruler, or if you've got a stripology.
Oh, loads of people have got these recently as they've just come back in stock. Do you own a stripology, Emma?
I have one actually this size, and it's so nice.
Well, I find that XL is good because you can cut your full width of fabric, can't you, with it?
And you can get quite a few strips done. So depending on how many strips you need to cut, there we go.
It's quite considered. It's $61.99, but actually you'll use this for virtually every project, won't you?
Yes, and what I'll show is you not only cut strips, but you can cut squares from it as well. Brilliant. So let me line it up a little bit more. So I'm going to cut one. Now the instructions do say cut a 7-inch strip, which you then cut down to 6 3/4. So you can either, if you've got the stripology, go ahead and cut your 7-inch strips, or if you're doing it with a ruler and you're confident, just cut it down to 6 1/4 to start with, because you will need to trim it down to 6 1/4 at some point. So I've got 1 7, and then 1 2 3 4, 1 4-inch.
See, that's so much easier than having to move your ruler, reposition, check that you're still accurate.
It is, because the other way of doing it, if I show that as well, is, and I would normally cut from this side if I'm using my ruler. So I'm going to do the same thing, line up my folded edge with one of the lines on the mat, and then for all the other cutting I use the lines on my ruler to measure. So if I cut a 4-inch one, so I'm lining up one of the lines on my ruler with that folded edge again.
Okay.
And what you might find is, as you cut several strips, you might find that it's not quite square because your ruler might be moved ever so slightly, or the fabric's moved ever so slightly. So what you need to do after 2 or 3 cuts of strips this way is just double check that you're still cutting square, and if it's not, trim it off so it's squared off, and then continue again.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's where the stripology comes in really handy, because you don't have to do that.
I suppose that speeds it all up then, doesn't it? Not having to reposition yourself.
Yes.
Oh, Kay just said, I treated myself to this ruler last week. Thank you for the clear demo. Oh, honestly, well, you're going to show us how to do squares as well, aren't you? So keep watching, Kay.
So I'm going to do my squares now. So I'm going to leave that one for now, because this one is actually 4-inch squares I need. And what you can do is, if you've got a few strips, so I would do layer up no more than 2 strips at a time, so then you're cutting through 4 layers of fabric.
Okay.
But because you've got enough room under your ruler, so I could have maybe 3 4-inch strips, so 6 altogether you can be cutting all at once. So if I line this up, so I'm just using it this way. So I'm lining up one of the lines on my stripology ruler with the edge of my strip, and then I can just cut off the selvage edge. That's 1 2 3 4.
Yeah, it's all clearly marked at the top of the ruler, isn't it?
It is.
You can see. There's a nice little key, so if you are cutting, for example, 2.5 strips, which lots of pattern called for, or 1.5 inch. I remember when I first saw these rulers and I thought, this looks really complicated, there's going to be a lot of maths involved, but actually it eliminates that for you, doesn't it?
It does, because there's also stars and squares, which one of them is 2.5 inches, the other one is 1.5 inches. I have to admit, I tend to just keep sort of continually counting, and each slot is a 1/2 inch wide. Yeah. So if I'm doing 1.5 inch strips, it's very easy for me to just go, 3 slots across, 3 slots across, 3 slots across. Yeah. So it's really doing it the way that it makes sense to you as well. So you've got it all lined up. I mean, they've got it all marked out so that you can use those markings. Yeah. But if that doesn't work for you, there's so many other ways that you can actually get it to work. So,
well, I think you can tell that they're made by quilters. Yes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's all the useful markings that quilters use and need. Yes. And the new addition with the newer XL is that you've also got the squaring up blocks on there.
Yes, I was just about to say, yes. So what this marking has here, if I put it in the middle, you might be able to see. So you've got squares here. So you can see the design really well. Yeah. So you've got them all lined up. So it's 4.5, 6.5, 8.5. So you can square up your blocks with this as well. It goes up to 12.5. Or if you need to do big squares, actually this will work well for, trying to think, will it work well? For the Moda, for the panel. Yeah. I think.
For the panel that we're doing later. Yeah. Oh, and that is gorgeous as well. Wait till you see the quilt kit that we've got coming up as well. Yes, yes. There are 2 beautiful kits today.
Yeah, so as you can see, those are my squares, and it just makes it go so quickly. So I'm going to save one of those, because what you need to do is cut. Let me use my smaller ruler. You then have to cut both of these squares, and I'll cut some squares from that, twice diagonally to make triangles. This is where a rotating, actually cutting mat would be quite handy.
Oh, I don't know whether are they in stock at the moment, Kat? We might have some on the website. Whenever we do blocks like this, quite often you're not the only person that asks for the rotating cutting mat.
It's nice.
They are really useful. But whenever they come into stock, they always go. So yeah, it's sold out at the moment. It's always on reorder though. So next time that comes in, we'll have to remember this demo.
Yes, because it's
worth making the most of it.
It saves you having to move that square or cutting it from a funny angle, like I do. I'm just cutting my big strip down to 6 3/4.
Oh, Mandy's just said, oh dear, just got the Stripology ruler as well. Oh. Honestly, you will be over the moon with your purchase. Yes. And there's lots of different great creative grid rulers out there, but actually the Stripology one is probably going to be the most used ruler. You will use it for the majority of your cutting out. And I find that it actually eliminates, I think Creative Grid say it actually means 70% of your cutting time is gone. So if, like me, you just want to get into the sewing and you find the cutting quite frustrating or difficult working out all the different cuts, then I'd definitely recommend the XL whilst we've got it in. Yep. We do have the mini one as well. Have you ever used the mini?
I've used the more square one.
Yeah,
which is also quite nice. But and it also means that you can cut your own sort of jelly rolls.
Yes. Oh, well, if you think you can cut strips into squares, you can cut squares into triangles, you can cut into hexagons, you can make your own hexes for EPP. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to use one for that.
Oh no, even I worked out how to do that, but you could do it off YouTube. There's a QR code on the ruler, which will take you straight to a YouTube demonstration, which gives you so many different ways of using the ruler.
Nice.
Right, so what are you doing here? Sorry, you're cutting.
So I've got my larger square. So this is so you've got, of your mosaic and of your, I think it's the minty colour, those are the 2 fabrics that kind of make up your background.
Right.
So those are all throughout the quilt. They're in every single block. And of those, you cut 2 different size squares, which I've just done, and then you cut them both into triangles. Oh, I say that. I didn't press down hard enough. It was a funny angle.
Remember, with the only way of getting your instructions is in the quilt kit. It is now very limited. If you have got it in your basket, I would suggest not waiting to the end of the demo to check out, because it is now very limited. And don't forget the split pay option. So you've now got it with 2 split payments of just $69.99. If you click on split payment, it's 0% interest. So it means that you can start making, you can get it home just after 1 payment, and then the second payment will be due the 2nd of September, October, and then that's it, paid off, which is brilliant for a big luxury quilt, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, and you, like you said, you get so much fabric.
Yeah, enough to do some other little projects as well afterwards. Brilliant.
So, of those 2 background fabrics, I have 2 different size triangles, which I'm going to put aside for now. And then the other bits that you use, so all the other fabrics you cut into 2 7/8.
Okay. It's all in the instructions.
It's all in the instructions, all in instructions.
See, 2 7/8, I'd be thinking, oh my word, how on earth do I cut that? But again, with the rulers,
yes,
a lot easier to do, but it's all marked out.
It is all marked out, and I love the
grids.
creative grids. I never actually used creative grids rulers until I actually started.
Oh, did we convert you?
Yes, definitely. I'm like, oh my gosh, these are so nice. Yeah, I love the grippy, and yeah, I love them.
The grippy is the technical term, by the way.
Yes.
Love the grippy bit. The non-slip grip is probably one of the reasons that creative grids, everybody loves them, isn't it? It does give you that accuracy.
Yeah.
Right, so, you've got your book. Have we got these in stock, or they've gone out of stock as well? We every time Emma's here, we always look to see if your
I
books
love a
are in.
multi-mat. I love a multi-mat. The reason I'm using a multi-mat for this is for the sandpaper inside. Because of your small 2 7/8 squares, you need to make half square triangles. So you need to mark the wrong side of the fabric. And there's a couple of ways you can do it. I'll do it both ways so you can see. I tend to prefer to mark my sew line. So that is a line 1/4 of an inch from center.
Okay.
On both sides.
Are you just using a normal pencil?
I am just using a normal pencil, but you can also use a quilting pencil.
Yeah, we've got those on the, on the graphics.
Those are really nice because they definitely wash out.
Yeah.
And then because you're doing it on the emery, on the sandpaper, it actually makes it so you don't have to press as hard on the pencils rather. So that's that way.
See, there are so many different ways of doing half square triangles, aren't there?
Yes. And then the other way is you mark just one line down the middle, and then you sew 1/4 of an inch on either side of that. So I'm going to do one with this. You do need, it will tell you in the instructions, but you do need a certain number of half square triangles with a fabric and the Moda. Because it's the Moda grunge is in every single block.
Yeah.
So you do need a certain number of those. But otherwise, really, world's your oyster.
Oh, the Moda grunge is gorgeous, isn't it?
You can
but
mix
then,
and match
other
as much
than
as you
that,
want.
you can mix and match as much as you want. And like you said at the start, Emma, not one outshines the other. They all complement each other perfectly.
Yes.
So don't get scared about the fact that you can go rogue and you can do whatever you want. You can use your own sort of creative flair, but the hard work is done for you with it being kitted. So everything is going to complement. But I find that the most exciting part, Emma, when you get it home, you're looking through all of the fabrics, and you're like, oh, which one shall I put where? And you can design and organise it yourself then.
Yes, that's the bit I love as well. And for this part, actually, all you need to do is sort of pair up squares for half square triangles, and you can do as much as you want. Sort of work out your block pattern after you've done all your half square triangles.
So you're doing this one where you're sewing down the centre, or you're sewing 1/4 of an inch? Away from the centre.
on the 1/4 of an inch away. So I'm actually sewing on the mark lines.
Yeah.
Which is just the way I prefer to do it because that's the way my brain works.
Do you get yourself a bit of a production line and do all of the blocks, or would you make up a block first?
I would make up one block first, especially if you're not sure it's always nice to do one first just to see how it all goes together.
Okay.
And also get an idea of how it's going to look. So you can sort of plan out the rest of your fabrics and decide how you want to design it, basically. And then do a production line. Or if you're working on it for a while, just do one block at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then I also like to do that because you're working with a different fabric each time, so it makes the quilt process almost fresher.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, oh, get to play with this fabric now. That's that one. Now.
Oh, we've got people multi-buying on these kits. Do you know what? I'm not
Oh, wow.
surprised because actually the value for money on over 8 meters of fabric is brilliant. You've got 11 different fabrics here. So if you do love these Dena design prints, then, oh yeah, go crazy with some cushions. You could do bags. You could do all sorts. You get loads of fabric in there. Hi Emma, looking lovely. The quilt is beautiful. Always love your tips. That's from Laurie. Have a great day.
Oh, hi Laurie. Thank you so much.
There's a lady messaging asking, is your dress homemade?
No, I'm kind of would like to take it apart because I've got this one and I've got exactly the same but a different fabric. It's a white stuff.
Oh,
one.
nice. It is lovely.
Yeah, from a while ago. I find that they don't do a lot of the designs that they've done lately have been like quite plain.
Oh.
This was from a few years ago, but yeah, it's one of my favourite. It's got pockets.
Oh yeah, it can't go. You've got to have a dress with a pocket, haven't you?
Yeah, so I am thinking that I might need to deconstruct it so I can make some more.
Good idea.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. So for this one, I'm doing 1/4 inch from the centre. So I am using my 1/4 inch foot, and the edge of my 1/4 inch foot, I am running down the mark line. Go.
Good morning to you both. Quilt is lovely, Emma.
Oh,
isn't it
it's gorgeous. It is really, really nice. Oops. There we go. So either way, you end up with the same thing, basically. So 2 seam lines, and then you just cut them apart straight down the middle. You can use
you do it with scissors.
I do. I tend to do it with scissors because you can just sort of go straight down the middle.
Yeah.
Especially when I've got them all chain stitched, I find it easier to just do them with scissors. But there's no reason why you couldn't do it with a rotary cutter and a ruler as well. So, just going to move my mat over a little bit because I want to press these.
Do you know, we've just been having a look elsewhere. I don't find, because this isn't kitted by us, this is a Free Spirit kit that's been put together. It looks like for us, because we can't find it anywhere else for sale.
Oh.
So we've got less than 20 remaining now, and that's it. That's all that we have. So do make the most of it. I don't actually know how many other Dena design fabrics we actually have on the website. So even if you want to make something else, they say the value for money for over 8 different meters of fabric is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, and like you said, they all coordinate so well. So even if you wanted to buy this kit and make a different quilt from it.
Can I open out one of the fabrics just to show you?
Gorgeous.
I mean, how much you sort of get of each. There's loads of fabric. That one's this one. Do you get the same amount of each of the pattern fabric, do you know, Emma, or are they all slightly different? Because they're the same, aren't they?
I think you do get the same from all the pattern fabrics because you're making all the blocks, so you need to cut the same amount basically from all the pattern fabrics. The only one that's different is a Moda.
Yeah, you get.
And then the background, the 2 background ones you get more of.
But that's loads, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're all big cuts. Love them.
Beautiful.
Right, sorry, back to you.
Oh, yeah, so I'm just using my wall mat for pressing. Love a wall mat as well.
Have you got a wall mat at home?
I do.
What's
Yes.
the benefit in having a wall mat then?
So, again, this is one of those that I didn't know about it until I started sewing quarter, and they said, oh yeah, we'd like you to use this new thing we got. I'm like, oh okay, thinking it's a pressing mat. But actually, it really does make a difference.
Yeah.
I was surprised. So the wall mat, what it does is it actually presses, because you've got the heat that comes on top from the iron, it actually retains the heat underneath as well. So you're almost pressing from both sides.
Oh, nice.
And because it has a bit of give in it, your blocks, when you press them out, the seams kind of sink into the mat, so it makes your block actually press a lot flatter than I find with a regular like ironing board or pressing mat. So yeah, I'm totally sold on the wall mats. Wall mats and multi-mats.
Yeah.
My go-to.
Your wall mat for the largest one that we have, which is your 12 by 18 inch, the one that Emma's got is £52.99, £52.99. And also, it's nice and portable, isn't it?
It is, and it's nice because I tend to have it, because some people like to get up and go to the ironing board. I don't always like to get up every time, especially when I'm just making one block, because you have to press a lot in between. I'll just have my wall mat next to my sewing machine, so I just have to swivel my chair a little bit, press it, and then go back to sewing.
Yeah, you only have to get up to put the kettle on, don't you then?
Yeah.
Susie says, I agree with Emma, wall mat makes a huge difference when pressing. Mine is used endlessly. Brilliant. Thank you for your message, Susie. They are brilliant.
Yeah, just a word of warning though, if you've got a cat, you may lose it to the cat.
Oh no!
Because they love to lay on them. I don't know.
Oh, that is an expensive cat bed, isn't it?
Yeah, so if you can bear, not everybody's as soft as me, but if you can bear to shoo the cat off it. So yeah, I think also because if you've used it, it's a bit warm. Yeah.
It smells like, you can smell the sheep, can't you?
It's
very natural.
Yeah, very
Does
nice.
that wear off after a while? Or
no,
when
mine
you
still
press it?
smells like sheep.
Smells like countryside. I like it.
I like it, yeah. It doesn't smell like dirty sheep. It smells like nice
countryside,
clean sheep. Yeah. Okay, so you'll end up with lots of half square triangles like that. And then for your design, let me see what I've got. So I've already put some together.
She says she keeps one in her quilt block book.
Oh, that's a good idea. So it's a case of you combine darks and lights, and it's got the instructions in the it's all the layout is in the instructions, so you can see exactly.
Do you just know it off by heart? You know, without looking at the picture.
I've got it right here.
Oh.
But yeah, this bit I remembered. So the next bit that you have to do.
So do you need to put lights and darks in the right direction to create those chevrons?
Yeah, but your determination of what a light and the dark is doesn't really matter. So it could be, you might have two darks together, but just maybe you're keeping the certain fabrics. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, no, you haven't done it. The two dark fabrics are on the outside of the chevron, and it still works, doesn't it? Oh, okay.
And then I've got some Moda grunge in here as well at the same spot. You don't have to have it at the same spot, but I've just kind of kept it there. Then the middle, do the middle. Middle is where you do have the Moda grunge. So if I put that, like that, and then two like that, there. So every centre will look the same as far as in you have a fabric, whatever is represented later on in the block, and your Moda. So your centre of every one will look like that, but with a different fabric with the Moda grunge.
That Moda grunge looks lovely, doesn't it?
Though? Yeah, and I think that adds the continuity.
You like me? Yeah, sorry.
Continuity.
Yeah.
Throughout the quilt, because that centre is the same on each one.
Yeah.
And then you can add more Moda grunge in the outer bit of the block.
But you're right, it ties it all together, doesn't it?
It does.
In fact, actually, if you're getting this quilt kit and you do want a backing, because it includes everything that you need for the front and the binding, but if you do want a fabric for the backing, then this teal would look nice with it, actually.
Oh, yes.
That'd be perfect. How much fabric do you get in this bundle then, Kat? 4 metres is enough to back the quilt, but do you know what? Even if you do just love this colour, you're making a saving today of £1.50 if you get the bundle. It's already one continuous 4 metre piece. It's Rose and Hubble, 44 inches wide. It's quilting weight cotton, but it's enough fabric to be able to back this quilt, which is a big quilt, 59-inch square. Oh, Laurie said, I love my wall mat. Or wall mate. I love my wall mate. It's behind my machine all the time. Angel the cat and I have an agreement. She gets the one side and I get the other.
Ah, see,
that is a good agreement.
That's a good reason to get a bigger one. Yes.
Oh, I bet it is nice and warm then after pressing it, isn't it? Retains the heat. You can see it here in action, talking about the wall mats.
Yeah. Oh.
Your main graphic is the quilt kit. We still have a few available, and your wall mat is also available, which is about to be your side graphic. When Kat finds it. There it is.
There we go. How much time? Yeah. Is that right? No, that's right.
Do you have these points to match here?
You do, but if you press everything to the dark side, so I've pressed everything towards the Moda grunge so that my seams nest really well in the middle.
So you don't need to pin at this point?
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not. See, well, Michael makes fun of me because I say I'm not a pinner, and then I do pin certain things. But I am not a pinner. I try to make sure my seams are going to nest, so press them in opposite directions. Sometimes that's pressing them all towards the dark. Sometimes, if there isn't a dark, just pressing towards one particular fabric. And sometimes you have to press it towards the light to make it work. But
I think if a couple of points don't quite match, I don't think you notice it in this quilt.
No, you don't, because I want to say they blend. I'd say in the middle where it's quite dark, you might notice it slightly, but they sort of blend. Yeah. And you know what? That's one of my rules, first rules of Quilt Club, is never ever point out your mistakes. Because one...
I like that rule, because we always do it, don't we?
We do, because we can see exactly where we went wrong. But in general, people would never notice.
No.
They'd never notice. And yeah.
I like that. We should just have that as one of our mantras.
Yeah, never ever
I always
point
do
out
it with
your mistakes.
everything in life. But if someone compliments me, I'll always point out, like, oh no, but this is wrong.
Yeah.
Or I didn't do this.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, this morning I came in, oh, that's a nice jumper. Yeah, I've got it on backwards.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll put it on the wrong way. Or, yeah, I've got food down it. First thing I say. Or, yeah, I've got it in the sale.
Okay, so that's the middle. And then to make these arms, we got time.
Yeah, we've got about 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we got time. Oh, we can finish as much as possible.
We started the hour late a bit, so yeah, you keep going.
So I'm just going to sew these together. So you kind of sew two half square triangles together to make kind of a flying geese shape.
Less than 15 quilt kits left. Loads are in basket, so please do make sure you're checking out. I would hate for anybody to miss out at the end of the hour. I can't find it available anywhere else. We only have one Dena design fabric across the whole of our website as well. So if you do love this collection, this could now be it. I don't think we're getting the Dena design fabric collection back in. I don't think we can.
I think also because you, sorry, it is such a fresh looking quilt, I think now is sort of, would be a perfect time to start it now that the weather's sort of turning.
Yeah.
So you can sort of like, look at something a bit brighter to work on.
Oh, it was grey and miserable this morning. You didn't come in on the motorbike, did you?
I didn't. It's getting a bit dark now in the mornings at 5 o'clock. Yeah. So I think that's it for Ruby.
Yeah.
I'll still ride her in the winter time, but
not that early.
Not at 5 o'clock in the morning.
No.
No.
Are you pressing those again to the dark side then?
Oh, actually, that's a good point. I did, but this is one of those cases, I'm glad you mentioned that, where you need to press to the opposite side so that they nest. So both of my pieces are the same, but I'm going to press that one opposite and I'll show you. So they go like that.
Can you just bring it forward slightly, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And left a bit. There we go.
There we go.
Perfect. You can see really clearly now.
And you can see I've pressed them opposite so that my seams will nest.
Yes.
So when I go like that, they'll slot into each other, basically. And that just helps me, helps to match things up, but also sort of prevents the need for pinning so much. So that is also a rule of quilting. There are some rules that you can and should be broken. 1/4 inch rule, probably one you need to stick to. But pressing to the dark side is a general, if you can do it, but there are times when you won't be able to press to the dark side, or you shouldn't, because it'll work better the other way.
Yeah. Sometimes I find the fabric tells you which way it wants to go. It's difficult to go the other way sometimes, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And I don't fight it, especially when you're putting blocks or quilts tops together. There will be a certain way that the fabric just wants to lay naturally. And it depends how many seams there are on one side compared to the other.
Yeah. I suppose the main thing is just to reduce the bulk, isn't it?
Yes.
What finish size is the block? I'm just thinking for cushion fronts. Do you know what size
Good question. Oh, let me just measure it. I know the finished size of the quilt. So it is about 10.5 inches.
Yeah, it's a nice size block, isn't it, for a cushion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't believe this isn't available anywhere else, Kat. I just presume because it wasn't. Kat's still scouring the web to try and find it. If you find it anywhere else, please let us know, because we haven't found it anywhere else.
Oh, wow. There. This is the block coming together, so then it will have another. That goes there. This is where your little triangles come in. That goes there. And then big triangle go there. And there. And then there.
It's a nice jigsaw puzzle, isn't it, at the end here?
So the way it goes together.
Right, now this looks difficult to construct.
It does. But I always think of it in sort of, you do them in sort of strips.
Right.
So you're going to have those sewn together. I will finish this one as well. So you get this strip sewn together in the middle.
So you don't have any Y seams in this, do you?
No. So it'll just
they
be like
literally
that.
just go together in rows. You start with the middle row. Oh, I suppose you're going those into pairs.
Yes, I'm just sort of making my arm units first, and you can do whatever order makes sense to you, as long as you're sort of building up from the smallest unit to the biggest unit.
It's worth doing what you're doing here and laying it out to the left-hand side of you, to the side of your machine, isn't it?
Yes.
Because quite often, if I lay it out and then by the time I've got to the machine, I forget which edge to sew.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes. I have sort of a technique for that. So I lay them on top, and my right hand piece where it's lined up is my sew line. Or if I'm going to be moving them a lot, what I'll do is I'll line them up, sandwich them together, and put a little pin on the side, the sew side.
Oh, that's a good idea.
The seam side. That's one time I do pin. And I'll just pin them loosely, not so that they're actually perfectly matched, but just so that I know which side I'm going to be sewing on.
So now you're just sort of chain piecing. Oh, you finished that row, so you'd put that row back down now?
Yes.
Okay.
I won't press it, I'll just leave it. That's going to be there. Goes like that. There. Oh, yes. I will show you this bit. So when you sew these two triangle pairs onto your bit, you'll notice I'm just matching up the middle. So I've nested my seams in the middle, but you will see that your triangle
overlaps a bit.
They overlap at the edge.
That's not wrong, though.
That's not wrong.
So I've got the little dog ears. They're about 1/4 of an inch either side.
Yes, that's exactly it. So it'll match into your 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Then you just trim them at the end. So don't panic like, oh, that's too big. It's supposed to look like that.
Hi Lucy, she's put morning ladies. I do enjoy Emma's demos. They're so clear and always learn new things. Thanks, Emma. Next, please say hello to my daughter Elsie. Hi Elsie.
Hi Elsie.
Elsie's watching as well. How are you this morning, Elsie? It's horrible and grey out there, isn't it? I think we all just need a nice, what is it, Thursday? It's a short week though anyway, isn't it, with bank holiday?
Yes.
Short week this week, nearly Friday. I'm going to watch Cruella tonight. Has anybody watched it yet? The new Cruella with Emma Stone.
My brother watched it. He said it's really good.
Oh, I'm going to watch that tonight.
Right, so I'll leave that as it is because that's just in the case of just doing that seam in the middle. So that's your centre strip. And then for these ones, I'm just going to, so you want to line up the top of your triangle to this side. And again, it's going to overlap at the bottom.
So which one is it that you're matching up? The top one, corner?
Yes.
You don't overhang that one, you put that to the corner.
Yeah.
Right, I'm with you. And then that will overhang at the bottom.
So you line up your...
Right angle.
That's the one, thank you.
It's worth jotting down this hour. Like Lucy says, there's been loads of great tips in this show. So if you, especially if you've got the quilt kit, but just for general sewing anyway, jot down today's date to watch back. How many quilt kits we've got left, Kat? 14 remaining.
Ooh, be quick. Yeah, I find triangles are one of the things that trip a lot of people up, especially flying geese, because you think that your point should be right at the edge, but then you forget that you need your 1/4 inch seam allowance still. So if you match up your point at the very top of your block, it gets lost when you sew them all together in your seam allowance. There we go. So then you just repeat that on the other side. Actually, if I sew that one together, you can see how that one will match.
So many questions have been asking about your dress. You are going to have to make something similar for us.
Okay.
A few years old from the white stuff cat.
Yeah.
Do you do dressmaking at all, Emma?
I do.
There you go, Elliot. Elliot said, "Well, Emma's not a dressmaker. She's a quilter." No,
yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
I didn't throw you under the bus, Elliot.
Oh.
No, it's just not very often that we get you on here for dressmaking, is it, Emma?
Oh no, I haven't. I don't think I've ever done dressmaking for Sewing Street.
No.
What about? Oh yes. So Kaylee and Alice came to visit, and Kaylee, she won't mind me saying this, but she hasn't learned to pack light.
Oh my word. Okay. Did she come for the bank holiday weekend?
She came for the bank holiday.
Yeah.
But we were coming up on the train, so I insisted. I just told her, just bring this, and this, and we'll make do. I think she maybe hyperventilated a little bit, but then she actually did what I said, and so I ended up making a couple of little dresses for Alice.
So hang on, is it that she packs? Did you say she packs a lot of things?
Yes.
So is it because she's got a little girl that you pack a lot of things for her, or is it Kaylee's stuff?
It's both. She seems to bring a lot of things, a lot of bottles, a lot of clothes, a lot of
How old's Alice now?
4.
She's 4. Because
Yeah.
I understand completely. It's really difficult traveling with a a little person.
Yeah, and the amount of things that they do need. Yes, I know it isn't, but yeah, I think.
So
we
you
got
ended
to
up
the point.
making some dresses.
Yeah, so I made her a couple of.
Cute.
Yes. One was I ended up buying some platypus fabric, jersey fabric. Yeah, just a little bit. 'Cause I thought, oh, that'd be perfect for a an Alice top dress. So one was platypus, and the other one had I had some Viking jersey from a while ago, and I have made her one, and I had enough to make sleeves of Vikings and then teal.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. But I've also bought Adaku's book and some
she's
fabric.
got some beautiful African wax fabrics, isn't she?
Yes. So I kind of have my eye on the jumpsuit.
Yeah.
And I have some fabric for the skirt as well. The skirt is on the front.
Are you matching up points here?
I'm trying to, although my 1/4 inch foot I think has slipped a little bit, so. So I don't think this is actually the foot for this machine, but you'll get the idea. Oh, they're not too bad. I've lost my top of my point a little bit, but you'll be able to see how
But remember, the first rule of Quilting Club
Yes.
is to not
Yes,
point
to
out
make
your
your
mistakes,
mistakes.
Emma.
Yes. But you'll also see, if it does happen, how well it blends in. It won't distract
Oh
from
yeah,
the-
you can't see.
No.
Could we see that bit, Elliot? Just to see that... You can't actually see that you've lost the top point, can you?
Oh, sorry. No.
It's just Elliot that's the judge of the quilting show, obviously.
Then you continue the same thing with that, and that's your block. And that is the
Amazing.
only block throughout the entire quilt. It's just that repeated. And you can really have fun with your combinations of fabrics
Yes.
and where you place them.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter which way you place them, they're all going to look different, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
So then after that, you've just got a border, you're binding, and then they've done lots of lovely long arm quilting. And I know that you have a long arm quilting machine, but for anybody who doesn't, what other quilting ideas could we do? Sue actually asked, "Hi, gorgeous quilt, I've got it. What sort of quilting would you suggest?"
Oh, actually, you know what you could do? Especially if you buy that lovely teal backing, you could do a quilt as you go, and then have sashing in between your blocks to make it a little bit bigger, plus make it very manageable to actually get under your machine. So a quilt as you go.
Right, so you would literally just do each block and quilt it as you go,
Yeah.
and then put all your blocks together in sashing.
Yeah.
So if you decide, actually I want to make it larger or I want to make it smaller, then you
Yeah.
can. Good
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, yeah. Or, I mean, I do love a hand quilting. I think I'm going to have another hand quilting quilt at some point.
Especially this time of
Project.
year, it's
Yes,
nice, isn't
to
it?
sit
To
under
sit
them.
with your quilt over the top of you, keeping you warm, just doing hand quilting.
Yes.
But I suppose there's lots of different ways of...
There is. You can do it quite modern. So just straight stitches and a diagonal, because you've got some nice diagonals to follow.
Yeah,
So
true.
you could just continue with that.
Cross hatch,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, cross hatch.
Yeah, thank you ever so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Thank you for your message, Sue. Right, we'll see you in an hour, and we've got
Okay.
one of Emma's designs. Emma, the quilt that you're doing is completely different. This is what I love about today, actually. 2 quilt kits, but 2 completely different quilts. Do you want to see it? Look at this. The colours are really lovely. I've not actually seen anything like this on Sewing Street before. I love it. The panel is gorgeous. The panel's selling individually. The instructions are selling individually on pre-order. We've got 4 bundles as well. The prices are brilliant on it. And we are limited on the bundles. So if you want them, get ahead on pre-order. They're at 11 o'clock, or get them prior to that on pre-order. Christine said, "Morning, gorgeous Vicky and Emma. Oh, how's... It's Sophia, isn't it? How's your lovely granddaughter? First day back at Lollipop. Oh, it's school day today, isn't it? Lollipop Lady. And having a lovely time watching with my feet up before lunchtime job. Not used to standing after 6 weeks of sitting on my bottom.
Oh dear.
Do you know, I was watching this programme, and I said for ages that I couldn't fit into my shoes. Is apparently a thing since lockdown, that because we've all been wearing flat shoes and slippers, your feet spread, so that because we're not used to wearing structured shoes. So it isn't just me. Lots of people can't fit into their high heels or their structured shoes anymore. So you have to do what's called toe yoga, rolling your foot on a can of pop or something like that every day can help get them back into your old shoes. So there you go.
Wow, good to
There you
know.
go. Anyway, I digress. Toe yoga. Quilting! Thank you, Emma. We'll see you in an hour.
Okay.
Keep checking out on this kit. Just have a quick scan through. You're getting loads and loads of beautiful fabrics. 11 different fabrics, over 8.5 metres, including, look at this one, the grunge. Your Moda grunge. Your spearmint. Oh, I love it. Mixing Moda with amazing Free Spirit Dena designs. Love it all. Everything that you need. This is your border fabric and your binding fabric. Whether you're making the quilt that Emma's made, or you're just getting all of this fabric for your stash or a quilt that you've got in mind. £139 or $69.99 on split pay is a brilliant price for the amount of designer fabric you get. Have a serious think about it. Don't wait too long. There's a couple of different backing bundle options as well. If you did want to do it as a quilt as you go with sashing, that's a 4 metre bundle on the website. The teal's actually been the most popular. You are saving £1.50 on that one. Okay, don't go anywhere. We're coming back with some lovely hand stitching. We've got Sashiko, brand new panels, and the ultimate Sashiko book from Susan Briscoe, which I've not seen for ages, is back. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Have Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Thanks for seeing me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in the school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter, but I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sorry about the slightly longer break, but look, we had a bit of a quick change. It's on pre-order, and this is so lovely. I think it's completely different to Dena designs, but how autumnal. I think this is going to go with everybody's decor. It just looks so expensive and timeless and classic, and I actually think you could do such beautiful hand quilting on this. Such beautiful embroidery or, you know, extra hand finished detail with it. Oh, it's amazing. Now, you can even get the instructions on their own, which are Emma Bradford's instructions. There are 4 different options of quilt kits. There's the panel on its own as well. If you do want the quilt kit, you get all of the fabric that you need, which is about 4 metres of fabric. In fact, no, 5.5 metres of fabric, and you've got your panel as well. It is absolutely beautiful. We can't wait for that. It's brand new in today. Brand new Moda fabric is featured. And we do also have 2 Henry glass options coming up at 11 o'clock. Have a look ahead on pre-order if you want to shop ahead and reserve your place, because that's going to be brilliant. Just so you know, there's less than 5 of some of the bundles left available now. Very, very busy. Really? Kat just made the strangest noise in my ear, and she says a fly just hit her. A fly hit her on the head. Yeah, I was on Jewellery Maker a few days ago, and do you know when there's like a really slow, lingery fly that just wants to land on you all the time? It kept doing it while I was on air, landing on me. I was like, this fly just wants to get on the telly. It was really frustrating. Right, let's start with the Ultimate Sashiko source book. I've been talking about it all morning, and don't get me wrong, I know hundreds and hundreds of you already have this book, but for those of you that haven't seen this, or for those of you that haven't got it, if you've seen me presenting it or talking about it, because I often talk about it, even if it's not in stock, it's brilliant. I think this is, for the price that you pay, £11.99, it is fantastic. And what I love is that, yes, you could go online, you could research lots of things, but there's something about a physical book that I love, and that you can just look through really quickly and easily and find out so much history on Sashiko. So Susan Briscoe, who has written this book, she is such a fountain of knowledge. We've had her on the show. We haven't seen her for ages and ages since lockdown, and she lives up near Scotland, so we can't wait to have her back. But if you've ever met her at any quilt fairs or quilt shows, then you will also know she's such an interesting lady. And she has put in this book about the history of Sashiko, Sashiko uses for textile, household textile items, for clothing, what the Sashiko stitch. So old Sashiko combines fabric in 2 or 3 layers, the best cloth on top. Even the most complicated patterns were made with just a simple running stitch. Today, it may have only been 1 layer, including polyester or quilting, wadding, but layers of worn fabric instead of using wadding. So vintage Sashiko is much flatter than traditional quilts, but the stitch itself is just a simple running stitch. Talking about traditional Sashiko, talking about blues and whites and the sort of colours that are used generally with Sashiko. But how you can use it, incorporate it onto different garments, different stitches, different designs. And then, so that's all the history. And then it will talk to you about getting started and things that you will need to do Sashiko yourself at home. So there are basic tools and equipment, things like your needles, threads, a thimble, marking tools, things that you might need. But there are brilliant photographs throughout the book different fabrics, waddings. I do always reach for it. Every single time that I talk about Sashiko, I'll always get this this book. Even if it's not in stock, I'm saying, hang on, let me just find the book in the studio to tell you something. I know it's not in stock, but I'll just tell you it from this book. It is finally back in stock. It talks to you about how to draw your grid. So lots of the panels that we've got today are pre-printed, so you won't need to worry about that. But if you do then want to do it onto your own fabric, transferring designs to fabric is all covered in the book. Threads, how to stitch, sewing Sashiko, ready for projects. Then it's not just a history book and an information book, it also has projects, from long samplers to greeting cards, coasters, table mats. There's cushions in here, there's bags in here. You see a tote bag, and it isn't just the Sashiko, it then tells you how to do the construction as well. Lovely curtain, maybe some of the panels that we had earlier you could incorporate into your curtain caps. Cat wore the panel earlier. You've also got drawstring bags, little drawstring bags, more cushions. There's some really lovely designs, floral designs, table runners. So that's a really interesting section. Then this is my favourite. So the pattern library contains 100 Sashiko patterns for you to experiment with and divide into. And then you've also got the traditional patterns and their heritage and what they mean. So it will go through all of the different Sashiko patterns in here. It gives you the name in Japanese, the lightning spiral, for example, and then it will tell you a bit of history about that pattern and the meaning behind it. So look at all this. It's just amazing. Tips as well along the way. Curves and circles, how to stitch them. So she's done them in different colours here, so you can see this isn't done in a circle. This is stitched in rows across like that. Just a simple running stitch. And she does give you a bit of a guide of how to stitch it. Doing it in different colours, actually, if you are a beginner to Sashiko, does help to know where you're going. But all of them have different grids to give you directions of stitches. It is just a simple running stitch, though. We can all do it. Kat's brother Joe, he's got Sashiko panels. Hattie's girlfriend does some Sashiko, as does our producer Kat. But look, there's loads in here. It isn't just one stitch, one running stitch throughout the whole of it. There's lots of lovely patterns as you progress. Honestly, it comes with a bit of an addiction warning. So at just $11.99, it is a book that is a must in your sewing library room. Sewing library room, if you have a sewing library room. On your bookshelf. Most of us just have a bookshelf. I'll keep referencing it throughout the hour. Look at some inspirational quilts as well, or garments that you could stitch onto. On denim, it looks great. Look, the noshi curtains. She's Sashiko Queen. Honestly, if you're purchasing anything to do with Sashiko and it's got Susan Briscoe associated with it, then you know you're onto something really special. This is brilliant. Finally, back in stock. Right, just so you know, loads of these have gone into baskets. If you have not yet got your Ultimate Sashiko Source book, I can't recommend this enough. It's got patterns, projects, inspiration and history. If you've got it, please send in a message on Facebook or on the website. I'd love to hear from you. Message from Elaine. Hi, Elaine. Hi, team. What colourway is the quilt behind you? Right, that's the brown. It's the brown colourway, which is the one behind me. So it's ME6605, Elaine. Isn't it gorgeous? So the difference mainly is the panel colour. So this is the brown panel, and then the other panel is your beigey colour, which is basically like the reverse of this one. So you've got the beigey background with the darker lines running through and the darker tree and birds. If you want to get it now, that's your code for the one behind me. The opposite colour is called orange, and it's just, please, it's not orange. It's like the opposite of this. It's the reverse of this. So, yes, stay tuned and we'll show you all the kits. But if you do want the one behind me, it's the graphic on the side. Okay, so that's your Ultimate Sashiko Source book. Where are we going now, Kat? Should we do some new panels? Let's go for these new panels. They are gorgeous. And the great thing about these is if you do just want to do a bit of, how do I say this, sort of mindful stitching, but also, am I using the right word if I say mindless stitching? So you don't have to think about it. You can just follow the lines, you can watch a film, you can do sociable sewing without having to concentrate. Because I always thought knitting and crochet is quite sociable, and it's not. You have to count, you have to sit and you count. Whereas this is brilliant to do of an evening, the winter night's drawing in. What I love about these new panels, this is AB9980, is that you've got lots of different patterns. So you've got the waves here, you've got the hemp leaves. This is your traditional 4 seasons. This one's called Summer, and it's with the dark green, lovely background colour. That's really nice colour. Brand new panel, brand new colourway. This is again designed by Susan Briscoe for Olympus threads, which you can tell, I mean, the fabric quality is beautiful, and it will go perfectly with any of the other panels that you might have got in this colour or your threads. So you could choose to just have this as one big wall hanging if you choose to stitch it like that. Or look, these are all sectioned into blocks. So you've got cushion fronts, little cushions. You could put them into tote bag fronts. You could make them into a larger quilt with borders or sashing between them. You've got them as table mats and coasters. There's so much that you can do with them. Now, one thing I always say, do you wash your fabrics before? Don't wash this before. It does say clearly on the bottom there, marks disappear when washed, which is great because it means that you can stitch on top of it, wash it, and then all of these lines will disappear, so you're just left with your stitches. Maybe start with one of the straighter edges like this, but then look, as you progress on your stitching, your Sashiko journey, you've got some really lovely intricate patterns in here as well, which are going to look great in different colours. Traditionally, Sashiko's on blue with like an ivory sort of thread, but I love this olivey colour, and actually I'd probably put this with some of the multicolours, the blues and the pinks maybe, or you could play around with some of these variegated threads. We'll talk about those in a bit. Your olive colourway, dark green. This design is printed by Olympus Threads, 100% cotton, designed by Susan Briscoe, so you can't go wrong. It does look like the sort of old style Japanese fabric, but it is new modern, you know, fabrics. It's gorgeous quality. Each panel is, what size, sorry, Kat? 24 inches by 42 inches. The large squares are 9.5 inch blocks, 9.5 inches each. And you can use that line as a cutting line or a stitch line. It's up to you. It is up to you. I personally would I'd probably use these separately. £19.99. We do have them in 3 other new colours today. 3 other new colours. The golden colour's really nice as well. It's the same patterns. These are your traditional patterns again. You've got your hemp leaf, you've got your waves in there as well. They've called this one autumn actually. This is like an ochre mustard. I wonder if it's the, no, they look the same, don't they? The same patterns down the centre again. They are beautiful. Kat's saying that she'd do this with maybe just a black Sashiko thread actually. Let me open this out. Yeah, black Sashiko thread would look lovely. Brand new colour in today, perfect for autumn. Especially, you know, this sort of time of year is, I think, when hand stitching is a really lovely thing to do, to sit and do a bit of hand stitching in front of the sofa. Don't get me wrong, it's nice to take projects on the move and do it outside if it's the summer, but there's nothing more cosy than sitting with a big quilt project on your knee, just doing some hand stitching. And they look spectacular. There was a lady, I can't remember her name, who is that, sorry? Yes, Suja used to send in lots. There was a few ladies who used to send in lots of lovely photographs of all the Sashiko projects they'd done. And it does become a bit of an addiction warning. You can mix and match your panels. This would go lovely with the olive green. It's that same texture, that same cotton, and which again is Olympus. It's been made by Olympus Threads, designed by Susan Briscoe. We do also have I'm going to call it like an aubergine purple. What colour do they call it? This one I think is my favourite. Indigo. Right, so this colour, the code on this one is WL9984. Same patterns again, mix it and match it with any of the other colours that we've had. That is lovely, isn't it? That is really, really nice. Those of you that have never tried Sashiko before, speak to people on the fans page. There's so many people that create beautiful things. Because I suppose you could applique them onto, once you've done the block, you could applique that block onto the front of a bag. We've made them into purses before. So once you've stitched them, you could then use that as a block to use in other quilts, sampler quilts. They'd be lovely, wouldn't they? Or to make into purses, absolutely. This is probably the most traditional of the new colourways. It's called Indigo. I would say it's more of an aubergine indigo, but it's got a bit of more of a purple tinge to it, but it is definitely probably the most traditional colour out of the new colourways. How exciting though, we've been waiting for brand new Sashiko panels for ages. Kat and I have been really excited for our Sashiko show. We haven't done a Sashiko show for ages, have we, Kat? So this is your lovely deep green, which is YN9989. That's like Christmassy green, isn't it? Fir green. This one's called Winter Season. So yeah, this is lovely with that colour. Really, really deep green. It's still the same textured cotton, so it's still got those lovely flecks as well. The quality of it is really nice. Let me open this out so you can see. Pardon? Look at that. What colour threads would you use on this one? Ochres, are you thinking, Elliot? Or oranges? Oh, in fact, they're in packs of bundles. Kat didn't want me to get them mixed up because you know what I'm like taking them out. Yes. Right, this is IV0021. I'd use this colourway pack because look, I'd go these colours. So the difference with Sashiko thread as opposed to embroidery thread is that you don't unravel them and take different strands out. You keep all of your, they're not stranded cottons basically. They are really lovely and strong. They're designed to go through multiple layers. On each of your Sashiko thread packs, you're getting, how many metres? 20 metres in each pack, and you're getting all of these colours. 10 skeins, 4 of which are variegated. These are more of your antique colourways, these are called. They're lovely, aren't they? Right, one left of these now, one left of these, and there's loads of you have got them in baskets. Oh, I love when we have the thread bundles. Those of you that have already got all of your Sashiko panels and you're making the most of your threads. So look at all the colours you're getting here. 4 different variegated threads. Your reds, your greens, your orange and blues. These are the colours that the Cat got, the orange and blues. And then you also get your ivory, your blue, your red, your yellow, your orange and your blue. So it's a good chance to be traditional still, but then to also venture out and try different colours. $14.99, they're about to sell out. Don't miss out on those. If you've got that in your basket, it is still your chance at the moment. I've got a second thread set, which is a really lovely bundle. These are your pastels. There's less than 10 of these as well. Oh, I do love the thread packs. When we put together bundles as well, the value for money is fantastic. These are Olympus. They're made in, they are made in Japan. They are actual Sashiko threads. It's always right. It's good having the right tools for the job. They're made by the same people who make the panels, and these are the ones that Susan Briscoe recommended for us to get in. Making sure your threads stand up to your fabric, like we were saying with the Orifil this morning. It's the same with your Sashiko, isn't it? It's about having the right thread for the right job. 100% cotton. You can go onto the web and search the word Sashiko to find some other threads, more panels. If you want to purchase any of the threads individually, They're around $1.79 to $1.99 on their own. So this is great value for money, isn't it? You're getting them for $1.49 here because you get 10. You've got 3 which are variegated, your pink, your blues and your greens. And then you've got these lovely denim blue, green, ochre, grey, pink. I love that it's, see, look, your pinks and your variegated pinks match up. Your blue and your variegated blue match up. Your yellow and ochre goes with your variegated. So it's, a lot of thought has gone into these bundles. They all work together perfectly. So if you wanted to use all this thread on one panel, the threads will work really well together. £14.99. We've got less than 10 of these thread bundles. Suja's watching. Hi, Suja. Suja said, lovely shades of Sashiko panels. Threads are fantastic to work with. More to add to my stash. Winter sewing. Suja, is that when you generally do your Sashiko then? Because I know that you've sent in such beautiful pictures in the past. Is that when you generally do your Sashiko, is in the winter? It is nice, isn't it, just to sit and when the winter nights are drawing in. I honestly am really struggling at the moment, obviously because I've got a little baby, but also just motivating myself to go out of an evening. I can't do 2 things on the same day. So if I'm working, if somebody invites me out on the night, I'm like, no, I can't. I've been working. It's really difficult. So it's nice. It is nice to just sit in front of the telly doing some hand stitching. Still having something to do, and it's achievable, isn't it? Especially just, you know, it's a running stitch. There are some really beautiful panels. Can I just show you? I say panels, it's by the ½ metre, but these go really nicely with all of the new colourway panels. $9.99 a ½ metre. Now what I'm thinking is if you're using your 9.5 inch square as a cushion, but you're thinking, right, I've got a larger cushion pad, you could do a lovely border around it with the stripe. You could do it as you could do it for a tote bag. You could use this for the main bag or the straps. In fact, I'd put this, it definitely goes with the winter grey, with your ochre or the new green. Perfectly matches. It's literally that green. $9.99 a ½ metre. I'm not going to try and say the name of it because Kat did and it was hilarious in my ear. I actually think this would be nice for kimono. Susie, are you watching? What do you think? This would be really, really lovely for your kimono outfits. Your kimono, your kimonos. £9.99. This we had in stock when Susan was here way back when last year, and it completely sold out. It's a woven fabric, so you can see the reverse of it. It's not printed. Brilliant, so you can use it for patchwork. I know that Kaif, Anna Maria Horner, there's quite a few designers actually that love to mix their woven fabrics with their printed, and they look great. So it's a woven fabric, and I love, can you see all of the different stripes are different widths, but you've got a hint of mustard in there. So let's have a look. What about with this colour? That works because it's the same as this one, isn't it? What about with the indigo? There's always a black weft going through it, so it is actually going to go with everything. Coordinates so easily with all of your pre-printed Sashiko panels. It's the same supplier. It's really lovely, and actually this is perfect for Sashiko because the weave is loose enough to be able to easily stitch your Sashiko stitches through. Ideal for, I'm thinking your kimonos, for borrow, those of you that love borrow stitching as well, cushions, borders, sashing, there is loads that you're going to be able to do. And it is, once again, top quality, 100% cotton. This is another one that Susan Briscoe actually recommended us getting in. This is the one that she's suggested. It's 160 GSM. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but it's the weight of it. It is a slightly sort of heavier weight. Nice for cushions, actually. I think your standard quilting weight cotton is it 100 to 150 GSM? It's lovely though, isn't it? Oh, the stripes are amazing though. It just feels like real traditional Japanese fabrics. It's absolutely gorgeous. Right, so we also have this will go with your mustard and your aubergine. I'd put this, well, to be fair, it'll go with all of them because it's the same supplier. They all go together, so it's whichever one you want. But look, with your mustard, aubergine, I'd go those two primarily. Green, I'd stick with either because we have got one that will go with your green next coming up. So I'd go, if you're getting the mustard, either your aubergine panel or your mustard panel. $9.99 a half metre. It's now your chance to buy the half metre. Get 2 units, you'll get a whole metre joined up. We so rarely get to bring these to air for you. And that is, again, brilliant value for money at $9.99. And then finally, the purple. Don't you say sorry to me. We'll whiz through these. It's already past. Don't forget, just so you know, the colourway that's on the back wall is now sold out. But don't worry, because we also have some Henry Glass ones which are very similar. And we also do have the instructions and the panels on their own. Right, the last colour is the purple. It's got green in here. It's also got your grey. It's got the black running through. See, that one I would put with your green because you've got green stripes. Can you see? Whether you're going for the green mustard, I still like it with the mustard. I like it with this green, my favourite. I do like it with that one. All of the panels that we're showing you, we will do next. These are all new as well. These are all brand new colours, brand new panels. So you've seen the geometric panels. The next ones we have, they're all the family crests. Oh, I need to get my Sashiko book so I can look up the meaning. Right, so think about these as you're purchasing your panels because the stripes will mean that your panels will go that extra way. If you want to make a bigger quilt, then that's great for your borders, your stripe for your sashing, or if you're making tote bags, cushions, it's always good to be able to have your complementary fabrics. Okay, so this one first, which is your green. So your family crest. Let's have a look in the book. Bear with me. Yeah. So your family crests. I'm sure there are family crests in this book as well. Bear with. Those of you that haven't yet got the Ultimate Sashiko Guide, oh, you've got to get it. It's brilliant. Here we go. So lots of the family crests are on your motifs section. Here. So, come on, which is family crests. These were used by nobles from the... big word there. From an era between 794 and 1185 by warriors joining the... Oh! Do you know what I nearly thought that said? What does this say? Kamakura era. And by the commoners since the Edo era, all kinds of designs are used, but motifs, but most common crests are circular. Women inherit their mothers and men inherit their fathers. Kamon is still used for formal kimono, for wrapping cloth. There's some extra info on that. For this is the word that I said I didn't want to say on air earlier, the wrapping word. The one that you wrap your presents with. For an example of wrapping, there you go. You can go to the Kirsten page 121. If you like to use Mon, see the design that appeals to you. There are thousands of them if they're solid black and white. Anyway, so you can read all about the different crests throughout this book. You can see them here. Now, we've got 8 different crests that are already pre-printed here for you. There's also on the centre your little coaster designs, maybe, some extra patterns. So, yes, they've got the crests, but they have also put in some Japanese symbols as well, your geometrics and Japanese symbols. So you think they're the seasons? I'm seeing if I recognise anyone. This one is called Iris. This one here is your double rice sheaf. And there will be lots of meanings all throughout the book as well about them. If you look up these meanings, they're brilliant. They're great for gifts for people as well, aren't they? There's some lovely ones on here. How exciting. Irish, Japanese meaning, or purifying properties the iris flower represents. It's very protective. So those of you that wear are said to be protective against evil energies. Oh, I like that. The purple iris brings a message of confidence and wisdom. So if you use what about using purple thread on top of it? Blue irises speaks of hope and faith. So changing your thread colour can change the meaning, sentimentality. There's that word again, your sentimentality. 19.99. Or, that's a lovely colour as well on the deep green, isn't it? We've got it with ochre as well. It's exactly the same family crests, but this time with ochre. Suja, do you like reading about all of the different... Do you know, some people just like the designs, and I know some people love the designs because of the meaning behind it. When I was young, I always wanted a tattoo that had a musical stave. I didn't ever have it. I was too scared to have it. But I always wanted it, that it was like a stave of musical notes that was the music to a certain song that really, like, I loved the words of it and loved it. And it wasn't in your face sort of, you know, the lyrics of the song tattooed onto me. It would just be something quite subtle. And that's the same as this, that it isn't screaming at you all of these different sentiments, but actually there's the hidden meaning. So if you are buying for a gift for somebody, you could just put something on there, a little note that tells them about the different sentiment behind it. Oh, these are lovely for your home. I would put these in with your bathroom makes, actually, Kat, because Kat's got very ochre colours in there. Just wall hangings. I frame these as well. What about framing them as wall art? They'd be great, wouldn't they, as samplers on the wall? This one, in fact, and the aubergine have been the most popular of the new colourways. I think the ochre colour, this mustard, does go with the mustard stripe. It goes with the purple and the green, actually. $19.99, beautiful new colours, still gorgeous quality. Remember, these are designed by Susan Briscoe for Olympus threads. They are made in Japan, and just a reminder that the markings do disappear once you wash it. Perfect for you, Sashiko. They're made especially for it. Just $19.99. I'm calling it aubergine. It says indigo on the graphics, but it is definitely more purpley than blue, I'd say. But probably the most traditional of all the colours. So if you did want to go quite traditional with your Sashiko, I'd go this with maybe your... is the vintage colour threads still there, or antique's gone? There's pastel, and actually there are still lovely colours in the pastels. There's still your creams, which would look very traditional. There's only 2 of those bundles left, by the way. If you are missing out on any threads, have a look on the website. If you type in Sashiko on the web, then you'll be able to find lots of different colours individually. We just thought we'd bundle a few for today's show. I wonder what these mean. Oh, these are your seasons. Right, oh, there we go. No, they're probably not. That's what Elliot thinks. He's having a wild guess. Oh, because it's called Four Seasons Crest. It wasn't just a complete random guess. £19.99. And then our final colour of our brand new panel, brand new colourways, is your green. Here we go. This one is BK9941. Thank you. Picture's really different on the web. Don't worry. This is the one that you'll get. I'm just going to waft it out. There we go. Oh, I love that colour. Do you know, this one I think you would really want to do with the cream, actually. Would you? I think with your cream threads, your cream Sashiko threads, this would be lovely. Just $19.99. And once again, really simple to stitch. Don't be put off by these sort of more intricate designs. Remember, they are all designed with just a running stitch. Yeah, they are the seasons. Sorry, I would never doubt you again, Elliot. Remind me. I know you do actually. No, I'll never doubt you again. I can't promise I will never doubt you again. I won't doubt you again for the next 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I was going to commit to 40, but I'll say 20. Right, so your stripes, very, very popular. Should we do some needles? Because we've done our threads, we've got our fabric. One thing that's different to any other, as we say, using the right threads for the job, using the right fabrics for the job, but also using the right needles. We're going to go for the long or the short? The short. So these are really, really sharp, really sharp. You're getting 4 different sizes. The difference with these and maybe other needles that you've got in your stash already is that these are incredibly sharp to the point, enough to go through denims and heavier weight fabrics. And they've got an extra large eye to fit your Sashiko thread through. Sharp needle. Sharp tip needle enables smooth insertion into fabric is what it says there, but they won't bend like an embroidery needle might. They are very, very strong needles. The point is that you can get as many stitches onto your needle as possible. But if you're quilting your Sashiko as well, you know what quilters' needles are like, they're quite short. So some of these shorter, depending on what part of your Sashiko panel you're doing. You've got a range of different sizes on there. Personally, if you are purchasing needles, Sashiko needles for the first time, maybe I go for the longer ones. Let's do the long ones because these are I think, probably going to be the most useful for the panels that we've done today, because exactly what I was just saying is that you can pack on so many of your running stitches or so many stitches onto one needle. It's got an extra large eye for your Sashiko thread. It's got a really sharp point. It's very, very strong. Even with the longer needles, they're still extremely strong. They're not going to bend. £3.49. I'm going to go back to the Ultimate Sashiko source book. Those of you that have paid your post and packaging, by the way, this is the point to be stocking up on items like this. If Suja, for example, if you've done lots of Sashiko, how are your needles? Are they still sharp to the point? So there is a section here, I won't fold it, on threads. There's also a section on needles. Sashiko needles are very sharp and compared with Western sewing needles, quite thick and rigid in relation to their length. Very long needles will keep your stitching straight in straight lines and speed up your sewing as well. Speed up your sewing once you're used to them, it says. If you hand quilt with the betweens, so the special short needles that we just showed you as well, you might find the smaller Sashiko needles easier to manage at first, although the smaller are only suitable for fine Sashiko thread. If Sashiko needles are unavailable, then you can try crawl needles, but it's definitely worth getting the ones that you have on screen right now. So these might take a little bit more getting used to, and these are really good for the threads that we've had on the show today. It says match your thread and fabric weight to the suitable Sashiko needle. So you can see here you can get finer Sashiko threads. The nice chunky thread that we've been using today, the longer needles are best. See, there's lots of great information. I didn't know that actually. Smaller needles will work with slightly heavier fabrics, but will be difficult to stitch thick Sashiko thread through a finer fabric. So these are the ones to go for the panels today. £3.49. Loads of the books have gone today. Oh, I'm so thrilled that you love it as much as I do. It's a brilliant book. It's your side graphics, EUPU 16. EUPU? I told you I'd be referencing it all through the show. I'm so relieved it's back in stock. Because normally I talk about this and my producer gets frustrated saying, yeah, but it's not in stock. Move on. Move on. Right, talking and moving on. If you are working on your own fabrics, can I show this? Because I've never seen this before, Kat. This is your own template. So, look, it does talk through in the book, referring to the book again, how to create your own Sashiko sort of grid for you to stitch. This is for your borders. So those of you that are doing 4-inch, 6-inch or 8-inch blocks, you've got your border there as well. And you could just use a chalk pen and mark out your stitches to follow. How good's that? There's instructions included in here as well. You say instructions are included. I think these are your instructions. It is laser cut and very durable, so you're going to be able to use it time and time again. It's good that you can see through it as well, so if you just want to be able to see your fabric underneath, it's perfect. It's worth getting maybe the quilting pencils that we had on in Emma's show, the last hour, to get these with it. £6.49 for your Sashiko border ruler, or template I should say. Where we go next, Kat? Right, so Susan Briscoe, I said, is the ultimate Sashiko queen. When you start talking about Sashiko, definitely get her books. We do have another one of her books, and it's just £6.99. So if you want to dip your toe into Sashiko, if you're not thinking about getting the ultimate Sashiko guide, well, maybe get this one. This is more of a projects book. So it does start by talking about getting started. So it will talk you through in slightly less detail to the ultimate source book, but still great information from Susan, talking about all the different threads, fabric, needles, things that you'll need, basic techniques, how to get started and finishing your Sashiko stitching, sewing Sashiko, framing, making a hanging sleeve, and then it does have some lovely, really lovely achievable projects. So I'm thinking, even if you do one of the panels like this and then use the stripe as your border and your handle, it will look great, wouldn't it? It does have instructions how to complete this sort of construction of your bag as well. Greetings cards, great idea. Cushions. They're achievable projects. You don't need to set yourself a goal of completing a huge Sashiko quilt. You could just do smaller pieces, take as long as you want, or do them as quickly as you want. Look, even just a little coaster. It will take you an evening to create a whole coaster, if that. Just sitting in front of the telly watching a film. Wall hanging, I like that. I remember talking to Jennifer Taylor, actually. Do you remember Jenny Taylor from the Great British Sewing Bee? And she is a huge advocate of Sashiko. Everything that she was looking around like, I've got to put stitches on it. She had little purses, her sewing sort of like storage tub that she used to bring into the studio at Sewing Quarter was all Sashiko. She had, as I said, garments, loads of stitches, jeans, on the backs of pockets, all of her jeans. She says she had to embellish. And the reason the actual history starts was for workers to strengthen their garments. So it actually gives it more durability. If you're upcycling or obviously borrow, again, it's more of like a mending technique or an upcycling, but Sashiko is similar. It will add, obviously, more stitches. It will make it denser. It will make it more durable. Long samples, wall hanging. So something like this with all your panels, you could do it, all of your panels, and then stitch them together like a Chris English style quilt, couldn't you? Then hand quilt it all together. Be lovely. Finishing your wall hanging. There's lovely projects in there, and it's only £6.99. Again, it's from Susan Briscoe, so you can't go wrong. The fabrics that we didn't get through to, that we didn't get a chance to do in the 8 a.m. show, we have the black, the red, and the blue. So if you want to do some of the folding techniques from Sashiko, I say Sashiko, folding techniques from the book, the Ultimate Source book, then this would be brilliant for wrapping gifts as well. £6.99. Look, if you come closely, Elliot, not only have you got flowers, I think there's little hearts on here. How pretty is this? They are hearts. The petals look like hearts, and then you've got little heart detail as well with your reds. Oh, that is beautiful. It's only £6.99.5 metre, and this, I believe, is brand new again. I thought when I looked at it that it looked like that linen texture again, but it's not. It's just the printing. It's just the detail on the printing. So this will go perfectly with all of your panels. This would be really, really nice with any of the fabrics that we had earlier on. The koi carp, the dragonfly. This is, again, isn't overly Japanese, but it still has that beautiful, almost like cherry blossom flower on it. It's really pretty. We've got navy and red as well to do. Are these brand new today, Kat? Brand new today. We have been spoiled with all these fabrics, haven't we? brand new today, the red, or navy, did you say, sorry, red. This is the same red, I think, that we had earlier on that that was very popular, very, very, very popular indeed. The hearts are a bit different on this one, aren't they? £6.99 a half metre if you do want multiple units. Go for it, just £6.99. This is great for a kimono again. Oh, please, will someone make me a kimono? Apparently, there's lots of great patterns. I think that So Girl, Fiona Hesford, does a lovely kimono pattern, actually. It would be really nice, wouldn't it? Great to see loads of new customers this hour. I can't believe, Amy, I must talk to you about Sam, your cousin. Is it your cousin, Sam? How weird is that? Oh, such a small world. Such a small world. I saw on Amy's Instagram story, I was like, I know that person. I've not seen for years and years. I texted Amy, who is it? She said, my cousin. What a small world. But, oh my word, the house or apartment that Amy was in, I said, who? It looks like they were on a tour of a film set. Did you see it? Kat saw it. I thought that they were on some sort of tour of, I didn't realise it was somebody's house. Gosh, it was incredible. They had like, you know when you see on films, sports cars under covers in a garage, about 50 sports cars undercover in a garage. Amy, she mixes in some lovely circles, I must say. I need to be hanging out with Amy more. £6.99. Your lovely navy. With the pink heart this time, Elliot. Slightly different again. Slightly different. That is really pretty, isn't it? I like the navy blue, I must say. I think out of the darker background, I do like the navy. A really lovely dress would be beautiful. Kimono again. I could just keep thinking kimono. I do really want a kimono. Could you tell? Can you tell? £6.99 a half metre, and it's brand new in today. Oh, it's so lovely to have loads of you loving the Sashiko show as much as we do. We've been so excited about this show, haven't we, Kat? We've waited ages to be able to get this show back in. Right, can I just show you these? Ah, are these Sashiko threads? Are you kidding? I didn't know. Aurifil did Sashiko thread. Okay, this is brilliant. You're saving £5 as well. You've got 6 large spools, and they are 12-weight cotton threads. Were these by any chance scheduled for the last hour as well? Was there an open sample I might have put away in the 9 o'clock box? I've seen something just like this, or was it different? It was a different one. $42.99. Just wondered whether I can open this or not. So you've got in here, I just want to show you. I think we can show you a picture, but we're limited, so I can't open it. There's a variegated orange in there. Variegated, oh yes, perfect. So variegated orange, that lovely claret sort of plum purple, your coral pink, your blue, your chartreuse, and a white as well. $42.99. This is the heaviest weight thread that Aurifil offer, which are perfect for hand applique, embroidery, cross stitch, embellishments, Sashiko, all for $42.99. How many meters do you get on each spool? Do you know, Kat? £42.99. Yeah, 325 metres on each spool, which is brilliant. Oh, Carrie! Oh, I'm pleased that you've said that. I'm going to do it then. She says, as a beginner, I've made the So Girl kimono, and it's so easy to make with clear instructions. I love my kimonos. Carrie, I'm so pleased that you've messaged in, because they were half taking the mickey out of me in my ear there and saying, oh, do you just want a kimono? Because that's all you're saying. I'm like, yes, I do think it's perfect for kimono, all of these. So, Carrie, I'm going to do it. In total on your Aurifil thread, you get 1,950 metres of thread. All there. It's actually perfect for your Sashiko. It says in the graphics it is designed for Sashiko. How good is that? I didn't know that Aurifil did Sashiko thread. And saving £5. So this is your finer compared to the thicker skeins that we were looking at earlier. So if you're getting the smaller needles, these ones will be perfect. See, I've learned something new today as well with Sashiko. I'm always learning from that Ultimate Sashiko book. Okay, next we have got the cream panels, which were very, very popular when we launched these back last year, in fact, actually. We've managed to get some of these back in. So these ones, again, are your pre-printed panels, which will disappear once washing. All your markings will disappear. You can see on the front here, it's a 35 by 65 centimetre, I was going to say square, but it's not a square, panel. Oh, basically, your image is a square, which is 35 by 65, a block, but then you have got extra fabric on the edge, so it's actually a 12-inch square. So that's whether you're making the back of a cushion, whether you want to have it as a tote bag, whatever you want to make it into, you have got the extra fabric as well. So this is what the picture looks like. In fact, we've got a clearer image from the website, I think. I don't know if it's a bit blurry, but it's a bit closer anyway, so you can see. Great way to practice all of your different designs, put them all to the test. Just $19.99. I think these are the panels that you bought. Did you buy the Serenity? Purity. $19.99. Let's do the Purity. This is the one that Kat's got at home, and it does have the most beautiful floral pattern on it. It looks quite difficult to stitch. Kat, how are you getting on? She says no, it's actually really easy because you're just following the lines, just following it one line at a time. Is this a Japanese piece, Lily? I'm still on my 20 minutes where I trust everything Elliot says, so I think it's a Japanese piece, Lily. Everything, by the way, that we don't get a chance to do will be on the website. There are still loads of panels. I can't believe the time. We've got fridge magnets, we've got more panels, we've got Sew with Beth designs as well. Serenity is gorgeous. Tell me about this one then, Elliot. Is it a lotus flower? It looks like a lotus flower, doesn't it? It is absolutely gorgeous. I love that it's like you've got the sunshine in there as well. Kat said she got this one as well. The Serenity and the Purity. They go really nicely together, actually, Kat. You could have two cushions. Well, you will have two cushions when you finish them. When you finally finish it, you've also got your EPP to get out this winter, haven't you? $19.99. Who wants a Christmas one? See, now this isn't necessarily your traditional Japanese family crest or image, but it's great fun, isn't it? Season's greetings. You've got a little gingerbread man. You've got, you can pick what elements you want off it, and then when you wash it, the other ones will disappear. So you don't have to stitch all the snowflakes, or you don't have to put the candy cane on. It's up to you. Whichever one you want to do, but it's always good to be able to have your Christmas project on the go. Speaking of Christmas, this one is, well, actually it's not Christmas, it's called Four Seasons. This one, it's got, I don't think I've seen this one. It's got a rabbit, it's got a squirrel. Oh, that's why, because it is brand new. This has never been to air before. £19.99. The finished square panel is 12 by 12. 12 inches. But look, I mean, on the little picture here, I would think that looks quite difficult. But actually, when you see them all spaced out, it's achievable, isn't it? It is achievable. Come on in. Have a look at all of the different lovely elements that you're going to be able to stitch. Oh, I love that. That's a gorgeous wall hanging, isn't it? That'd be a really nice wall hanging. We also have good news. This is cool. This is really nice. This is new. Gotta be new. Yeah, brand new in today. Brand new in today. Another brand new Sashiko panel. Brand new at $19.99. Yeah, come on in because we need to see the picture a bit closer again, don't we, Elliot? Let me shimmy it to the right slightly. There you go. They've got lovely deer there. Oh, I love that you've got the koi carp jumping over the flower. Look at the rabbits as well. I hadn't spotted the rabbits. You've got deers, you've got the birds at the top. So they doves? Oh, I love that. More new panels today. Oh, that is gorgeous. Right, now, can we just do this one last one? Sorry. Because if you want to do your own design, if you, Suja, maybe you're at the point where you want to just make your own designs. This is your grid, your Sashiko grid. The crosses will then, and the dots will then disappear once you wash it. So create your own designs, enjoy making your own designs. And yeah, it's only $19.99, 12 by 12 inches. Everything else that we haven't had a chance to do, by the way, will be on the website. There's some more panels. There's some Sew with Beth panels, kits, sorry. There's some fridge magnets. There's another Village fabric kit, all going onto the website. So Emma Bradford is coming up. The colourway that's behind me is already sold out, so stay with us because we'll show you what you're getting and we'll also go through all the other options which are very, very similar, if I'm being honest. We had to sort of try and differentiate which ones were which. Very similar. There's still panels, there's still instructions, and Emma Bradford is still here with the demo, so don't move a muscle. I'm so excited about this quilt. It's coming up right after this.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her head's, her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello, welcome back. Well done to everybody who's already secured the quilt, because it is completely different to anything else I've seen here at Sewing Street. And I think especially, I'm officially out of summer now. I've been in denial for weeks, haven't I? I've been saying, no, we're still going to have a lovely September. I've just got a feeling. They keep telling us there's going to be a heat wave. And no, it's not happening. So I've put away all of my summer stuff in a strop and got my winter jumpers back out now. But really quickly, this quilt is perfect for autumn. The one that's already sold out is this one. If you wanted this one, do not go anywhere, because we've got an option for you. We've got an option. Now, with this, the one that's already sold out, I will quickly show you. You get your instructions from Emma Bradford, which are brand new today. They are Emma's instructions. She's written them all beautifully, and we'll go through them with her. You get 1 metre of this fabric, 1 metre of this one, 1.5 meters of this one, 1 metre, 1 metre, 0.5 metre, 0.5 metre, and the panel. Let me show you the panel. Congratulations, everybody that's got it. So you get that panel as well. Now, we do have an option. For those of you that missed this one, if you do want the same look, the same feel, we've just been going through, and you get exactly the same fabrics as you've just seen there. The only difference is your panel is reversing colour. So look, this is the difference in the panel. So it's still going to have exactly the same feel. Don't you worry, because I think it says it's called orange on the website, which I think has really sort of thrown everybody a bit, because it's not at all. This is going to still have exactly the same autumnal gorgeous feel. You get your panel this way round. So it's the same patterns, the same prints, the same motifs, I should say. The only difference is obviously you've got your tan sort of background with the motifs in black. So that's the panel that you get. Oh, look, you even get extra detail. They're pretty, aren't they? You can use that for something, certainly. So this time you're still getting the same prints that you're getting in the one that's sold out. 0.5 metre, 0.5 metre, 1 metre of this one. Aren't they gorgeous? They are absolutely gorgeous. 1 metre of your vines. You have the same print again, this one, but opposite. So you can see 1.5 meters of the tan with the black, and then also 1 metre of the tan with the black flowers, and that is again exactly the same. So in total you're getting 5.5 metres. Your graphics for that one are now live. CU 6673, £88, £89.99. Your full quilt size is 66 inches. It's sold out. Right, don't panic. We have another option for you. If you want the panels individually, should we do the dark panel on its own? So maybe if you did get this one, but you want this panel. Right, the panels. How many of these panels have we got? Oh, good. We've got 50. 50. In fact, no, we've got 40 of these now. They're going already. Okay, graphics are live. It's only £9.99. Even if you've got the quilt kit, get another panel to be able to make some lovely cushions to go with. This is so beautiful. I think this is a really good quilt to be able to hand quilt. I think it's calling for some hand stitching on the panels. I love it. Absolutely love it. You got the stars. This, what's the seed head flowers like this? They're really in everywhere at the moment. What are they called? Oh, Emma will know.
Lotus. They're lotus. I think that one's a nest, but they're lotus.
Oh, they're lotus seed heads that I'm thinking of.
The pods, lotus pods.
The pods. Oh, I love it. Your acorns. I do love the colours as well. They're so warm. And the background, it isn't a solid black. It's also got like this lovely charcoal. It's a real deep black. It's not... Would you say it was more on the brown? I would say it's more charcoal.
Yeah, it's not black.
No,
it's not harsh.
No, it's not
like
harsh.
Black. Yeah.
It softens it, doesn't it? Panel is, again, going to sell out. Moda panel, £9.99. Can we get this straight? Hang on. How on earth have we got a Moda panel for £9.99? Whether you're choosing to use these as cushion fronts, whether you want to use these as a full wall hanging as it is, if you want to use these as placemats, it's a brand new Moda collection. People buy multiples of these panels. Right, they are going to sell out this hour. I will keep you updated on your panels. It's brand new in today. Now we do also have it in what I think is called orange, but it's like a tan. It's called orange. Right, there's less than 30 on pre-order. Less than 30, already down to less than 30 from the pre-order. Well done if you've managed to already grab this. These are lovely for applique as well. You could applique them onto bag fronts, cushions. We're going to see Emma working with this colourway today. Kat, could you come and put the air conditioning on for a little bit, please? I'm ever so warm all of a sudden in here. I think it's my big winter jumper in the summer. £9.99. Your stars. Oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Autumn orange panel, just £9.99. So, you won't see these being made up today, but we'll talk through with Emma because I think you're going to have a very similar feel. So we've got two other quilt kits. These are the only two quilt kits. Now, Emma.
Yes.
I know that you just, on with your trolley, you all right? You sorted?
Yeah, I'm good.
You know the other options, these are the first time that you've seen these, but will they still give you the same effect?
Yes, definitely, because actually that little bit of colour that's in there would be perfect, because I was looking at adding something to the Moda one, but actually just leaving it monochrome worked really well. But with those additional fabrics, those browns and that lovely sort of mustard. But it's not a bright mustard, it's a nice... Yeah, these are completely up my street. My mum would say these are completely up my street because I...
Well, it's true autumnal warm colours, isn't it? Yeah. Love it. You're still getting your panel. Right, so this is the dark panel with the cream motifs. So you get this panel, still the same panel that we've just seen. This time you've got Henry glass fabrics, 5.5 metres in total. 0.5 metre of the leaves. 4 of these kits left, just so you know. This will sell out very quickly as well. It will give you, again, exactly the same sort of feel. It's absolutely gorgeous. You've got the ochres in there. 0.5 metre of those 3. I love that from today we've gone from the Dena Designs, which is your lovely, fresh, summer-feeling quilt, to this great autumnal, warm... Oh, I love it. Very different quilts today. 1 metre. And I can't pick, you know, one which I say I prefer. They're both just very different, aren't they? You have 1 metre of your warm tan again. And these are all new to me, all these Henry glass fabrics. And then you also get 1.5 metres of this one. So I'm guessing the 1.5 metres one is for your sort of sashing big blocks, those big blocks
that'll
there.
Be nice. Mm-hmm.
That will look really nice with the stripe, actually.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
There's 18 baskets. There's 3 of these left.
Okay. Yeah.
That's it.
I really like that colourway as well.
That's
I like them both. I like them all. Actually, this is all perfect.
It's good, isn't it? Because normally, I mean, don't get me wrong, our kit team are fantastic and they know what they're doing. They're putting together lovely colours, but sometimes I'll always have a personal preference. Yeah. We all have different tastes, whereas actually, It all works.
It all works, yeah.
So if you missed out on that, go for these because it still has the same feeling.
Yeah.
Final kit. Remember, you get your instructions. You get your instructions in each of the kits. The final one. Now you get all the same Henry Glass fabrics, but this time with your cream. If I'm being honest, this is the one that I think out of the two, personally, this is really sort of trying to pick on which one I would choose now because they're all very, very similar. But I do like that you've got the creamy background on this one. The black still ties in, but I just think that this one will really, really work. That will work really well.
Yeah.
5.5 meters of Henry Glass, plus you're getting your instructions, you get your panel and 5.5 meters of Henry Glass fabric. Oh, you need to have a look at this message when you come off air, Emma, because Christine said, my hubby Gary's just come in from work. He's a biker too, Emma Bradford. Several bikes. She's listed loads of motorbikes that he has.
Oh, I'm going to be jealous then a little bit.
Oh,
be a little bit jealous.
Yeah, has he got more bikes than you have sewing machines, Christine? Now that's the question.
Yeah.
Or scissors. I think you probably beat him with the scissors. We all have loads of scissors.
Yeah.
So this one, just to quickly run through, you get 1.5 meters of the one with the lovely stripe, which will be for your sashing. You've also got that. I love this. It's got just a slight hint of blue actually as well. Just a dot of blue in between, which is beautiful. These are all brand new to me. Brand new Henry Glass. They're gorgeous. 0.5 meter, 0.5 meter, 0.5 meter, and your panel. Plus your instructions. $79.99. That's a really good price as well for a massive quilt kit, isn't it? Yep. Kat's just said yep. That's why they're selling out very quickly. Finally, who wants the instructions on their own? Obviously, if I were you, I would get the panel for this, Emma.
Yeah, but you know what? I think there are other panels that have 8 motifs, whether it's Moda or other ones. So you might be able to use the pattern for...
What size is that square that you're going to need?
Cut, it's 10 inches.
Okay.
You need to cut a square 10 inches. Or, yeah, any 10-inch.
Layer cake?
Yeah, or like you said with Sashiko that you've just been doing.
Yeah.
You could do a 10-inch.
Oh, yes. Imagine that with your Sashiko panel in the middle. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Great idea, in fact, actually.
Yeah.
Really good idea. Because then, have a look back on the website. We had the stripe fabric as well. You could go stripe through the centre. You could use your panels for your Sashiko, but then you've got all of your instructions on how to do. Look at us designing. Look at us. And then you've got all of your instructions of how to do that central block and your sashing. Plus, don't forget, you've got today's step-by-step guide with Emma, but it's all jotted down here. It's all really thorough in your instructions. Plus, you've got your layout guide here. Right. Your instructions are your main graphic. We'll keep you updated with kits. Just thinking out loud, what about if you've got, you know, the Curiouser and Curiouser range from Tula Pink, the Alice in Wonderland, you know, the Queen of Hearts heads. You could fussy cut those, that the Queen of Hearts are in the centre. That would be amazing. Well, it would look completely different. So even though we're talking about a warm autumnal colourways, you'll use the pattern again.
Yeah, definitely.
Lots of
it's
projects.
a good basic pattern for adaptable to lots of different things.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So it's just $9.99. Keep going through. Emma Bradford's pattern is just $9.99 today. It's a lovely quilt. Stars in the Corner quilt from Emma Bradford, just $9.99. Brilliant. So you've got the panel there ready to go. And you've got the stripology.
I do, because it worked really well for this. Although you don't have to have the stripology, a normal ruler and a mat, or if I grab it, the square ruler also works really well. Oh, got two.
What size is that? What size square ruler have you got?
12.5 by 12.5. So I'll do it both ways so you can see. But what I've done is you're going to need to cut a 10-inch square from your motifs. The bit where you need to measure the most carefully, I would say, is in between them. So you do need to have it centered in between them. So I would be careful cutting out one and thinking, oh, that's all centered, then going to the next one and thinking, oh, that's not going to be quite right. So I would start measuring from the middle to make sure you've got an even, this one is even 2 inches. So you've got an inch on either side of your motif, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start cutting. This is where the bit where you need to have a steady hand and definitely measure 3 times before cutting because it's the only panel you've got, so you have to be really careful. But with the stripology, it's at 20 inches, so it works perfectly, so I can cut them all out vertically and then go back and do the horizontal. So I'm only cutting to sort of 10 inches, just a tiny bit over, because I don't want to cut into the next one yet, because I want to make sure that I centre that one properly.
That's so funny. Kat just said, "Are you okay, Vic?" And I just realised I stopped breathing as you were cutting there, and I was like, I was watching,
gasp.
I was mouth side open like this, waiting. I was like, "Are you okay, Vic?" And I realised what I was doing. It was like I was cutting it then, but I was really in the moment.
Right, I'm just going to cut this out this way because I don't want to cut through that border. I didn't actually use the border for the quilt, but...
Well, what could you use it for, do you think?
Well, what I was thinking of doing, and you could do if you wanted, if you cut it right, is you could actually use it for one of the sashing bits.
Oh, lovely.
Or a sashing on a cushion, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly, get it to tie in.
Yeah. So actually, I am going to use my square now, because it might be easier to see.
The square that Emma is using is on the website. It's $23.99.
This is another one where I'm going to measure
the
space between this motif and this motif.
Yeah.
So it is about 2 inches again. So I want to set this so that it's about 1 inch above my actual motif, but squared. So it's just worth taking a little bit of time with this part. There's my cut.
There's only one of each of the Henry Glass bundles left, just so you know.
They are really nice. And the thing is, I mean, it is an autumny sort of feeling, especially today. It really screams autumn. But it's such a classic design. It can be used year round.
And if you wanted to, I suppose, the centre block is the same size, isn't it? So could I just keep repeating that centre block?
Oh, you could. Yeah, it is. So you could just do,
Obviously, you've got the little borders and the cornerstones, haven't you, that you just miss off. But you could just keep repeating that centre block.
Yeah, in different colours. Yeah.
If you haven't got a panel. But the panels are still available at $9.99.
Yeah.
And because they're such a neutral colour, you could add colour into your sashing and it would give it a completely different look.
Yeah.
And then you could incorporate, I'm thinking, some of your coloured embroidery skeins and doing some hand stitching onto the motifs. It would look gorgeous. So there's lots of scope with this one, actually. A lot more than I initially thought. We've been so excited for this. When I saw it this morning, it's beautiful. Emma's pieced all of this for us, especially for this show, and written all of the instructions, obviously. All of them sold out. All quilt kits are sold out. The only way of getting them are the instructions or the panels on their own. So your main graphic is going to be for your instructions. By the way, the stripology sold really well today. There's a lot of people who I think have been waiting for it to come back into stock and hadn't noticed. We've literally only had it in the last week or so. If you do go on to pre-order on the website, there are some of the other Moda fabrics that we've got here, but by the half metre. So yeah, it's definitely worth having a look. Right, let's see the finished cutting of this panel then,
Yes.
Emma.
So I've got 3 sides done, and this is the last easy part. So this is just a case of taking my 10-inch square and just squaring it off to 10 inches at the bottom. There we go. So there's one.
Do you know who we haven't seen watching today, Kat? Derek.
Oh.
Oh, is he back at school now? So Derek's the guy who does the sing-along, the Big Border sing-along, and he's done it every Monday since the start of lockdown, and it was the last one this Monday. It was really emotional singing Les Mis and Oliver. As long as he needs me. Oh gosh, it was all emotional. Gosh, that is commitment though, isn't it? Every Monday from the start of lockdown.
Wow.
73 weeks of musical theatre songs that he's had to learn and play the piano and sing. It's brilliant.
Wow. That is amazing. That is really
brilliant.
Cool. Oh, I have to look it up. Yep, so there we go. The other thing you can do if you're a little bit nervous about that is maybe have a friction pen or a removable pen.
Draw it out.
Yeah,
good idea.
Draw them out first. So take your ruler and then square them out around and then cut them out either with scissors or with your rotary cutter.
That's
just
a
so
good
that
idea.
so you know, yes, before you're actually cutting that it's actually going to work and you don't make any mistakes. So once we've got all those cut, it's just a case of adding sort of sashing and posts. Let's see. Aha, this one. You've got to get the right pile.
So which bits, point out on the main quilt, your sashing and posts. So that's the smaller border around the squares, is that right?
It is, and I've called it something. I think it's inner border and outer border. Inner block border and outer block border. So, yes. So we've got an inner block border or sashing, inner box sashing and posts.
Right.
So if I lay it out, you can see. On the quilt, so what I've done and what I thought the kits were going to be. So this is the fabric colours in this one are opposite to what's the on the wall. That's why it might look a little bit different to everybody. This is the outer one.
So do we have these fabrics in stock then, Kat, by the half metre? What's the collection called? So if anybody wants to build up their own quilt kit now, it's called Moda Maryland on the website. Yeah. It's all on the website. So if you want to do it like Emma's doing here, what we'll try and do before the end of the hour is we'll jot down exactly what you'd need and run through it in the hour, because it will be the same price, I think. Yeah. But if you want to do it like Emma with the reverse, Kat, I wonder whether you can try and work out as we go what it'd be.
On the kit, whatever's in the kit, if you buy the same pattern but the opposite colour, it'll all work.
Oh, brilliant. I don't know whether we have much of them in stock to be able to do it for many people. So if I were you, I would
be quick.
Have a look now.
Yeah. So what I'm doing at the moment, so this bit constructed is basically, if I look at this block.
Okay.
So you've got your inner border and posts and your outer.
Oh, yeah, that's easy to understand. Yeah.
So let me just run the inner one on. So you can see the outer one is added on exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split them up into my strips like I normally say. So I'm going to sew these sashing bits on to either side of the actual block, the panel. Oh, there we go. Make it go a little bit speedier.
A bit speedy.
Yeah. So there's that, and then a post on either side of these sashing bits.
Is this a new quilt design for you there, Emma? You've written this recently?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was written specifically for this panel.
Oh, perfect.
this collection. There we go.
Oh, I love that. You know, if you just sent the collection and said, right, what can you make with it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Brilliant. Do you have software on a computer or anything to work out how to do a quilt pattern, or is it that you just do sort of trial and error?
I did do that, only to help with working out yardages a little bit, although I had to do that myself because it very much overestimates yardage.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good to get the final idea of what it would look like that way. So I'll come up with the actual idea myself, and then when you see it all together on the screen, it's like, oh yeah, that will work. That will work really well.
9 of each of your panels left, 9 of each of the panels, that's it. Plus, remember, you have got the instructions on your own, which is the main graphic at £9.99.
I like the challenge also of making the most out of the fabric.
Oh, so do you do a sort of secondary project as you go, making little...
No, I mean as far as like for cutting out the panel, working
yeah.
out the sizes so that you get the maximum size of your panel without cutting down too much, so you don't, there's not so much waste basically, so you make the most of the fabric that you get.
I feel like, didn't you tell me a trick though with when you're making half-stretch triangles to stitch another line across it, so then you've got extra, you always are doing different things to save fabric, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah, so actually there was a project last time I was on where you had to do some quite big ones. Yeah, you can do the other side. Yeah, actually my next one, which will be a Halloween one, you can do some of that as well.
Lots of people asking about the iron that Emma's using. It looks a fancy stand. I've not seen that before.
It's nice. I have the other one. It's lock on.
It's a cordless one, isn't it?
It is. I have the other one. I have the blue one at home, and I love it. I love the cordlessness of it.
Oh, it does make a difference, doesn't it?
It does.
It is in stock, by the way. It's back in stock. The Beldray Iron cordless iron that you can see on screen. We'll find the code for everybody who's asking. Oh, thank you, Marcia, for your message. Morning, ladies. What a treat to see one of my favourite fabric designers on Sewing Street. Kathy Smits designed the Moda collection. I adore her work. Thanks, Marcia, for your message. It is gorgeous collection,
it is nice.
Isn't it?
I really like it.
The iron, the 2-in-1 cordless iron. So when it says 2-in-1, can it be corded?
It can be. I'll show you. And it's also, it's the base, it's so light. You don't feel like it has, it doesn't feel any different from a normal iron.
Oh, really?
So this is good for when you're doing like regular ironing.
Okay.
And you need it to stay hot for quite a long time. The cordless is really handy for quilting because you press and then you put it down, you press and you put it down.
So does it
it's
heat
charging
up quite quickly?
It does.
If you want to recharge it, as you will.
Yes, it just takes literally seconds.
Oh, that's good.
Seconds, yeah.
Ready to use in 25 seconds, recharge in 5 seconds.
Yeah, it is
amazing.
Quick.
It's got a 1.9 metre cable as well.
Oh,
it's a nice long cable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Amazing. Sorry, it's just because we saw that on everything else. People were asking about the iron, so we might as well tell you about that as well as we go.
It's pretty as well.
It is. It's got rose gold on it.
Yeah,
it looks
so
fancy.
It does look fancy. So that's the panel block. I don't want to dwell too much on that because it is relatively straightforward.
Yeah, that central block we'd like to ask you about, actually.
That's what I'm going to do.
Brilliant.
So then you would sew each of those onto that and then repeat the same process with the remaining borders and posts for that one.
It's just good to be able to see how to cut that first central panel, actually, because I hadn't noticed that there wasn't actually, squares already drawn out for you.
No, you have to do that. But yeah, I think if you are nervous at all, definitely draw it out first so that you know exactly what you're going to be doing.
That's a really good idea. So that central block.
Central block.
Is that a half square triangle?
It is.
Yeah,
it is. And so the instructions have lots of pictures in there because I like you, I like to see visuals to see what's going on. So these ones, what I've done is my technique. You can do it your way. If you prefer just one marked line down the middle, you can't really see it on the telly, but I've got 2 lines drawn about 1/4 of an inch, well, actual 1/4 of an inch from the centre. So I will sew directly on both of those lines to make 2 half square triangles. Just clear that and change my foot.
What foot are you putting on now then?
It's called a zigzag.
Oh,
foot.
satin stitch foot.
Satin
Is that
stitch
the
foot.
F foot by any chance? You got an F
Possibly.
on it?
I always call it the straight stitch foot because that's what I use for straight
It's
stitch.
just that, yeah.
The normal one.
It's the one without the little guard on the end. The 1/4 of an inch one's got
Yes.
the little groove, hasn't it?
It's one that you normally see on sewing machines. Standard one. There we go. And for these, I literally just chain stitched even. All of them.
I don't think it was me and you that were talking about this the other day, but actually someone who I was on air with was having troubles when they were stitching from corner to corner, that it was chewing up, and actually chain piecing helps with that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And that's why sometimes using a donkey, that's why I held my threads.
That was it. I did talk
Yeah.
about you with your donkey.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter how fancy the machine, they all tend to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm pleased that you said it because I was getting frustrated when I first started sewing, thinking,
Yes.
it's me, it's
Yeah,
me,
no,
it's me.
they all do it, and it's just a case of, I was taught to just hold the threads, but then that little donkey, if you just get in the habit, it's
Yeah.
whatever one you're most comfortable with. But when you chain stitch, you don't even have to worry about it. It just goes. So I'm going to do the same as I did in the earlier hour. So you can use a rotary cutter and ruler. I find it just as easy to eyeball down the middle. If you've done it the other way, where you've got a line down the middle, you've got a line you can cut down as well. There we go.
The wall pressing back we were talking about in Emmett's first show as well. It's
Yes.
really great for projects like this, isn't it?
It is. I love mine. It's so handy just to have right there. It's also very nice sometimes when you need to iron something small. You don't have to dig the ironing board out.
Yeah, then people start bringing you clothes to iron. It's like, no, I'm not ironing, I'm pressing. There is a difference, isn't there?
Well,
There is a difference with ironing and pressing. I hate ironing, and since I've had Maisie, all of the little clothes, they need ironing more so, I find, than my clothes. So I have ironed more so in the last 4 months than I think I ever have.
Yeah, I have to admit, I do tend to try and buy, if I buy Hebrew clothes, Alice clothes, they're not ironed.
Yeah.
I mean, there are things that don't need to be
Yeah,
ironed.
yeah.
Actually, for me too, I tend to buy things that don't need to be
Yeah.
ironed. Like, no, life's too short.
But when you're sewing, it's so satisfying pressing, isn't it?
It is. It is. That's a funny thing. I don't iron anything else, but I do love the pressing part of quilting.
Oh my word! Right, the cream panels are sold out. There's 2 left of the darker charcoaly panel. There it is. If you want it, go for it. $9.99, and there are instructions on their own available as well.
Cool.
So how many of these blocks do you need to make? Sorry,
So
how
you're
many
gonna
of these squares?
So you're going to make 8 altogether. So you're going to need 8, so 16 squares, 8 of your dark colour and 8 of your light colour. So you'll do 8 of the half square triangle squares altogether. So you'll end up with 16.
Okay.
Right?
It's all in the instructions.
Yeah. It's all in the instructions. But you'll need to make 4 sort of quarters that look like that. So I've got 3 done here. So you're going to end up with something that looks like this. Just like that.
Right.
And these are my strips.
Oh, what's that block? If you just leave it as 4 corners, that looks like, if you turn it around, it's like a vase. You know, I'm sure it's there's a flower.
Oh yeah, actually I've done it because I'm doing the opposite colourway. I'm actually going to do it like this.
Right, okay.
Rather than the way it's in there, because these are going to be dark. Basket.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
And these are also sashing. There we go.
That's right. Sometimes I find that you have to almost step away from it to check that you've got them in the right order, the right way round, or take a photograph and see it in situ, as opposed to looking at it on a desk. Sometimes I can't see what's wrong, why haven't I done it right? But then, you can see that works.
And then obviously this is the opposite colourway that I'm doing.
Okay.
So if you want to do the opposite, it's going to be opposite to what's actually in the instructions.
Right then, so how do we construct these together? Because you've got your big sashing pieces now between them.
You do. So these are going to be your 3 strips. So that's going to be 1. So one quarter, 1 sashing strip, and another quarter. And then you've got your middle. It's going to be your sashing and then your centre square. And then these 3 will get put together, and then put them both together like that.
Right, so we do them in rows again.
Yeah, so I always break everything down to smaller, and then you slowly build it up to your actual block, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
if you do want to make this block the same as what Emma's just done, with that reverse colour, then if you go onto the website, there's lots of the Moda fabrics that Emma's using individually by the ½ metre. So it depends on how many of those blocks you want to make. It depends on how much fabric you'll need. But if you have a look on the website, below us on pre-order, we have put all these fabrics. So some have already sold out, but have a look back through and see what is available. You can see they're the same prints, but in reverse colour.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah, there are still a few of them there. Thank you, Emma.
Oh, you're welcome.
Right, so are you doing these sashing middle parts with the stars
Yeah,
now?
so this is where your stars in the corners come in. So this is your sashing. So you'll have a sashing strip this size. Obviously, it's the opposite colour. And then what I've done is you're going to end up making kind of flying geese units on either end.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So I've got my squares and I've drawn a line down the middle. You can't see it very well, but it's straight down the middle. And I'm going to lie that there. I'm actually going to pin it. And then you sew straight down on top of that line. So this is the reason I like to draw my sew lines, because sometimes you need to actually sew on the line.
Sometimes it's 1/4 inch to the side of it, yeah.
So if you keep it consistent, that you always sew on the line, it just reduces the amount of thinking you have to do while you're putting it together.
That's the scientist in you, isn't it?
Yes.
Doing things methodically. And
yes, because I don't like to think while I'm doing it. I like to do all my thinking ahead of time.
Yeah.
I'm planning all ahead of time, so that when I'm doing it, I can just do it.
Then you can just zone out and sew, can't you?
Yeah, listen to my podcasts and...
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know what podcasts Emma listens to. Elliot's intrigued of what podcast you're listening to at the moment.
Well, I did go through a lot of murder ones.
I know.
And I stopped over lockdown because it just got too much. I just couldn't deal with the darkness. But I've kind of gone back to one, which has been really interesting. Very sad, but very interesting.
Well, you also listened to one about Elton John, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I listened to his audio book, his autobiography. That was really good. That was really interesting.
Is that what you do whilst you're sewing then? As opposed to like listening to music or having telly on, you listen to podcasts?
I listen to podcasts, yeah. When I'm in the car, because I do a lot of driving as well, I listen to podcasts or books. I have to admit, I've struggled to find a good book recently.
Oh, get your suggestions in.
Yeah.
Have you read The Dalai Lama's Cat?
Oh, no.
That's a good one.
Oh, okay. I'll have to look that one up.
Yeah, that's good.
So I'm going to cut, and again, you can do this with a ruler and a rotary cutter. Cut 1/4 inch seam allowance into the bit that I don't want to keep. So just be careful when you're doing this. So right here, I've actually put a pin on this side. If you want to do that to remind yourself which side not to cut, cut on the opposite side.
For anybody who's asking, you know, quantities of fabrics and the individual details. So even though the kits have sold out, in fact, I'll show you, right? So the orange colourway, for example, even though it's sold out, if you click more details, then underneath it will tell you the names of the fabric and the quantity that's in the bundle. So then you can go back through the website. For example, you see there, brown maple leaves 1 metre, brown seed maple leaves 1 metre, brown splatter fabric 0.5 metre. Then all you have to do is scroll back up to that pre-order section on the right hand side. And then we said brown splatter, didn't we? So you can add to your order, you can see it's there. So hopefully that makes it easier than me trying to fumble through. I won't be as clear as the website is written there in black and white so you can see it.
Yeah, and if you want to do the colourway that I'm doing, just take all of those fabrics. It's exactly the same pattern, it's just the colour that's reversed.
So it will either be brown or orange.
Yes.
So if it says brown on the graphics, go with orange, and that's what Emma's doing now.
Yeah, and you'll have the right amount of fabrics.
Fab, thank you. Do we have any of the Henry Glass ones individually? No, I've not seen those, you know.
That was a nice kit as well. Okay, so I'm just repeating the same thing. I've just pressed out my corners. You have to press out your corners before you do this bit.
Okay, that's important.
Yes, because otherwise it won't work.
Oh, we had hundreds of instructions, half have already gone.
Oh.
We were talking about lots of different panels that it's going to work with, or any of these 10-inch charm packs. Just some of your favourite fabrics. It's really good to be able to sort of, if you've got some of your favourite fabrics that you want to showcase, you know, like caifs, for example, that have got big prints that you don't want to cut up.
Yeah, perfect
for that. Absolutely. I am thinking the Tula Pink Curious and Curious range.
Yes.
Even just bright colours. What about solids? What about putting bright solids through the centre?
Oh, yes.
And then pliqueing. Hearts on.
Hearts on, butterflies.
Butterflies. Flowers.
Motorbikes.
Pardon?
Motorbikes.
Motorbikes, yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea, because you could just go full on sort of any of the planes or spots or something and then a plique.
Or if you have children or grandchildren, if they did any pictures, drew any pictures, you could actually have them draw on some white fabric or something and then put it on, and you know, or you could applique their pictures, turn it into an applique.
Oh, well, I've got some of the fabric that you can print photographs onto. Imagine having photographs on it in the centre.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting very creative now, aren't we?
There we go. So those are all your sashing. It's going to look just like that. Oh, you leave it in the centre so you can see. And then get yelled at.
Oh, thank you.
And then to make up the centre, so you'll have, each one of these will make up the star. So if I pin this actually on, so that would be right there. You can see it's reversed.
I still really love the Sashiko idea, you know.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It looks great in the reverse as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then to make this centre bit, so it's the same technique basically, only you're doing it on a square rather than a rectangle. So there's my starting square, and I've got my square, the smaller squares I've drawn the line through. If I put one there and one there,
Hi Alicia, thank you for your message. Hi ladies, I bought the panel or the pattern to use with some of my red work panels, 10-inch panels. That is perfect.
That would be
such beautiful red work panels.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good idea. Shows it will be perfect. Thank you so much. Send in your quilt when you finished it.
Oh,
Love
yeah.
to see.
That would be great. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing, just cut 1/4 inch. Press.
Your hair looks lovely today, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I know she does. Katja said Emma always looks lovely.
Oh.
You do your hair really well.
Thank
You always
you.
have nice curls.
As John says, at this point I do. When I come rolling in the morning, it's not so much. Even Elliot said,
What does John say to
he
you?
says, well, she doesn't look like that when she comes in. Even Elliot said, oh, you scrub up well.
Elliot's on his haircut. He looks very smart.
He does, yeah. I thought there was something a bit different about him.
He was going for the boy band fringe look for quite a while, which I am pleased that he's had a haircut. It's gone. When did you have your haircut? Last week. Oh, it looks fresh still. It's nice. Could on this bit you do a second line that when you snip it off you've got little squares?
Oh, yeah, you could. But I was also just thinking, because it just occurred to me now,
Okay.
if you had maybe some like Tula pink or something that you could, I don't like to say fussy cut, but fussy
Yeah.
cut, you could actually do little motifs inside the squares as well.
Yes.
If you had a nice
Oh,
little
good
fabric.
idea.
Because this technique is a good square within a square.
Oh, it's lovely. I don't think I've ever seen this sashing as well with the stars in the middle. It looks really effective, doesn't it? I do think it's going to look great with bright colours as well.
Oh, it's just going to be a good.
You were sewing this till late last night, weren't you?
I wasn't when it wasn't super late.
Oh, okay.
It was about 8:30 when I got finished.
So that's super late for me. That's super late for me. Kat was sending messages that I didn't even see. Well, I think we were all in bed, the three of us. Not the three of us all in bed together, but the three of us, me, Kat and Elliot, were all in bed at what time? 8 o'clock last night?
Oh wow, you beat me.
8:30? Oh, it's lovely. I love an early night now.
I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's nothing better.
Yeah, I have to admit, I've been going to bed and I've been reading, like actual book reading.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, it's so
Nice.
nice, isn't it?
yeah.
Especially
Right.
when it's cold. It's getting cold, isn't it?
It has been getting cold.
Anyone
Yeah,
else have the
actually.
heating on.
Not
yet.
I haven't gone that far. I have
No.
to close all because we usually leave all the windows like on open a crack.
Yeah.
And I closed all the windows yesterday because it was getting a bit too
Yeah.
much. But yeah,
Cold now.
yeah. Right. So that's the centre of that. So then that will be
The opposite colours again.
yeah.
Oh, so actually you don't make a square star block. It's the next one that then creates that star effect.
Yeah. So it's the triangles or the squares that you add
Yeah.
onto your sashing that makes the arms of the star. And then for the
Oh,
outer
so clever.
border, the only thing that I haven't shown is you do the same technique as what I've just shown, but on a rectangle, a small rectangle, you put the squares on one side. So for the very outer border, you've actually just got flying geese units.
Throughout. I mean, that is
Yeah.
attention to detail, isn't it? I hadn't even noticed that on the border, but actually, yeah, it makes sense to have
Yeah.
the points of the star going
Yeah.
into your border as well.
Yeah.
Looks amazing, doesn't it? It's all in the instructions anyway.
Yes, yes, it is.
Just very quickly, any sort of quilting ideas? What would you do with the quilting on this?
I think I would hand quilt it, like you said, and I
Yeah.
think for this part, you've got some really nice area where you can have some really nice sort of border designs.
Oh,
So
nice.
some vines or some ropes or something like that would
Yeah.
be really nice. And like you said, quilting around the actual block motifs would be really nice.
Yeah, are you going to hand quilt this one?
Yeah.
Yes. Go and take it. You've got to take that to quilt it. It's beautiful. Emma, thank you so, so much. Is there anything
you're
else that you
welcome.
wanted to mention?
I think it's all good. I think we're all good.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's all in your instructions. Did you say that you're back over Halloween then?
Well,
or you're back before then?
I'm up before then, but I'll be doing Halloween quilt
Oh, lovely.
on the 17th.
17th September.
Yes.
Fab. You're with Rebecca Reed, I think.
Okay.
Did I know that? On a Sunday? I think it's a Sunday.
It's a weekday.
Friday.
Okay, yeah.
Friday
so it's
show.
a weekday.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much.
Thank
Lovely
you.
to see you again.
Likewise.
Lovely to see you. Do make the most of the final chances on the instructions. They are brand new in today. All the other kits are gone. All the other kits are sold out. The panels are gone individually. Lots of the fabrics on the website, in fact, are selling out as well. So have a look if you do want to make the most of it. But it's a beautiful design, actually, anyway. With it's actually a brilliant instruction pattern to go with lots of other projects. I've packed all these kits up ready to go. They're all ready for you at home now. £9.99 for your stars in the corner quilt instructions. Huge congratulations if you got any of the kits. There's still a chance to get your instructions on their own though. And as we had a message from Alicia saying, red work panels, these are perfect for any 10-inch charm pack squares you've got, any of your larger fabrics that you just can't bear to cut up into smaller. How about framing Liberty fabrics and then using complementary sort of like your misty blues and your raspberries and different colours, complementing colours for your sashing pieces. So, I mean, don't see it as, oh, because the panel's gone, I'm not going to be able to make it with other fabrics. This lends itself to so many different ideas. We were talking about Sashiko earlier on, your Sashiko panels in the centre. If you're thinking, I can't manage doing a whole Sashiko quilt, what about just doing those squares? Just 2, 4, 6, 8 squares. The instructions were written with this panel in mind, but they weren't just written solely for this panel. We're excited to see what other designs you come up with. All of your layout diagram, step-by-step instructions with photographs and today's demo, which we went through everything, is on, of course, on YouTube as well. Jot down today's date, which is the 2nd of September. Plus your pattern is £9.99. Well done everybody that's managed to get something. Can I remind you, the iron back in stock that Emma's been using, the wool pressing mat back in stock, and the XL Stripology. They were all used in today's demo and they are available on the website. Now, coming back, we're going to be talking about sewing machines. We've got 2 of the most affordable machines that we have actually in stock available, which we'll talk through. The 320, the 550s in stock. Still waiting on the 680 before we get loads of messages come through. I know it's so exciting, but we will, of course, let you know when that comes in. During the break, Kat's going to go through the Moda fabric, so they're all on today's show deals then. They'll all be listed on the left-hand side. Have a look on the website if you want to make the most of any of those. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you with the final hour of our lunchtime show right after this. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Look at all this. Goodies, goodies galore. Welcome back. Kat said, who do you think you are, a loose woman, saying that it's our lunchtime show? It is our lunchtime show. Everybody's now having their lunch, I presume. Let us know if you're having your lunch. Kat said, don't get started because you make me hungry every time people message in all their food orders for lunchtime. Right, it's a sewing machine show, but at the moment, if I'm being brutally honest, we're really struggling with sewing machine stock levels. We've brought to you 2 of our most popular machines in this hour. And then we've got other bits and bobs as well. Hope you don't mind. So we're going to start very, very quickly, by the way. Can we just do the Moda complimentary fabric bundle? Because we just spotted the price on this. It's 1.5 meters of fabric for £10. Now, whether you're buying this as the Moda complimentary fabric bundle or a beautiful fabric bundle, how autumnal is this? At the moment, all of our autumnal fabric bundles are the most popular. £9.99 and you get all 3 colours. So you get your lovely green, your paprika, that's moss, paprika and cream, 1/2 metre of each. £9.99. Has that been discounted then? Kat says, don't ask me, it's nothing to do with me. It is Rose and Hubble. It is our core, beautiful solids that we always have on the website. Today though, somehow, somewhere, I don't know why, somewhere, it's been discounted. £9.99 for all 3 of them. That is really good. Now, I'm not sure, it would go with your panels still, absolutely. They'll go with your panels because, I mean, every colour will go with those lovely panels that we had. But it's these autumnal sort of tones which we love together. I've never seen moss and paprika together and they look great. It works really well. And then obviously with your cream. Hi, Julie. Me, Julie. Just had mine. Pineapple, banana, vanilla fat-free yogurt. That's a very healthy lunch, doesn't it? That's like a mid-morning snack though, isn't it? You need your lunch next to me, Julie. Yeah, Kat's just had her petit filet. What's it called? Petit filou. I haven't had a petit filou for years because they're just so small, aren't they? It's like 1 spoon. They're really for children. Did you have it with a teaspoon? And did you just do 1 big spoon or both flavours and dip both? Oh my word. Haven't had a petit filou for ages. Do you know what else I haven't had, which I really fancy? Those corners. Do you remember the strawberry corners? Oh, I love the corner bit. Oh, Liam just eats the corner bit and leaves the other yogurt in the fridge, just eats the syrup or the little crunchy pops that you can get. Right, that's your complimentary bundle. Do make sure you go through for that. That price, that's a really good price. Something tells me that will not hang around at that price. Okay. We're going to start with the 550. So at the moment, Elna machines, oh my word. We've got a really good connection with Elna and even we are really struggling to get hold of Elna machines at the moment. There are only 6 of these left in stock. That's it. So if you were umming and ahhing about it, please don't wait because if it's anything like trying to get the 680 back in, it's going to be a nightmare trying to get these restocked. So grab them whilst you can. The reason I love the 550 is 1, because of our price point that we can offer. It's just £499, which everywhere else I've seemed to see it about £580, £580. To be able to see this under 500 and with the split pay, which is brilliant. So sewing machines are... I understand it's a bit of a minefield when you're starting in the sewing world. You think, right, what sort of machine do I want? What do I need from a machine? What will I use? What's going to be good for me as a home sewer? What I love about this machine is for anybody who is jumping up from their, maybe their, is it called just a digital machine or a non-computerized machine, a manual machine? If you're jumping up from that to a computerized machine, this is brilliant. Now, don't be put off by the word computer because it's really nice and easy to navigate the way through. But also for somebody who is after a second machine, maybe you already have one of the larger Elna machines, but you're after one for a second home or one to take to workshops, to take with you on the move. It is a bit more portable. It's lightweight-ish to be able to pack it away, but still sturdy enough that it's not going to be bouncing around your dining room table or wherever you're sewing. I think this is ideal for somebody who maybe doesn't have a designated sewing space, maybe sews in a spare room and will need to at some point pack it away. It's really easy to do that. But as a machine goes, of course, the Elna build means that you are getting a really good build quality, really sturdy machine, excellent features, huge array of stitches, which are on this really handy little flash card at the side of the machine to pull out. You can see you've got a number of utility stitches. You've also got 3 buttonholes on there. You've got applique stitches. You've got some decorative stitches. You've got your satin stitches. And it's a really, really great array. And actually, let's face it, those of you that are an everyday sewer, how many stitches do you generally use? You could probably count them on your hand. You could probably count, you know, how many stitches you use day to day on your hand. Right, Elliot's just thrown up onto the screen the technical features of the machine. So let's have a look through. Now, the sewing space itself is 170 millimeters in sort of the throat space of it. Still a nice size to be able to do your quilting, or if you're doing any home furnishing, dressmaking. This is a really good all-rounder sewing machine. It has got a free arm, so once again, if you are talking about bag making or dressmaking, you can remove this part and it can stitch around bags, sleeves, trouser legs, things like that, and it can easily be put back on. We'll go back to the list. So we've gone through the sewing space, the free arm, the backlit LCD screen. So the screen itself is actually really easy to navigate your way through. We'll come back to the machine, if that's okay for a second, Elliot, and talk through the backlit LCD screen. So you can see here, if I just angle this so it's not glaring on our lights, I think we're about there. If Elliot can, yeah, it isn't your eyes, don't worry. There we go. So the letter on the screen here tells you what foot you need for the stitch that you've selected. So 0 is your default straight stitch. It automatically defaults to its recommended stitch width and stitch length. Can override it. This machine goes up to a 7 stitch width, and it also goes up to a 5 stitch length. If you do want to go back to the start, if you just click back to your straight stitch button on the front here, it will remember what it likes to do. So don't get me wrong, you've got 50 stitches on here, but you could also override it and create even wider satin stitches, for example, or have a bit of a play around with the stitch width and stitch length, and it will change the look completely. So you navigate through all your stitches using your arrows, your 10s and then your 1s here, and can you see 32 is asked for the F foot, which is a satin stitch foot. So you can see 32 is like quite a fancy sort of zigzag satin stitch, which is lovely. Once again, you can override it. It won't let you do anything you're not allowed to do. So even though it's computerized, don't worry, it won't run away with you. If you do want to go back to the start again, you can just click your straight stitch option. These are all little, I call them like speed dial buttons. So you've got your straight stitch. Another most sort of commonly used is a zigzag, dressmaking or decorative stitching. If you want to use a zigzag, you have got one that's saved onto your computer here. You've also got like an overcasting stitch if you're a dressmaker. You've got a buttonhole, handy little buttonhole there as well. So you've got your crosses and minuses to change your stitch width and stitch length. You've got these numbers here to go through your stitches. Your speed dial buttons. Whilst I'm here, we might as well talk through these different controls on the front. Now this is your automatic sort of change speed control lever. It's got a little tortoise on the one side. If you want to speed it up as fast as the hair, you can just slide it, and you can slide it as you're sewing as well. You can slow down as you get to a trickier corner, maybe one that you need to pivot, or intricate sleeves or cuffs, you can slow it down. If you've got it on slow, if you're sewing with children, for example, if you've got it on slow and you hold your foot down, it will not run away with you. It will still stay nice and slow. In fact, Marion's messaged in saying the start button is brilliant for my daughter who has coordination issues with and can't use the pedal. Do you know, that is fantastic about this. So if you do want to slow it right down, you can still use the foot pedal. But if you want to take the foot pedal out completely, as Marion said, you use the stop button. So that's really handy. You've also got your reverse, so a little back stitch. You've got a locking stitch, which does multiple stitches all on, multiple stitches all in a, I can't ignore Amy. Do you know, they just said, ignore Amy. She's doing a little Instagram boomerang and I can't ignore her. Sorry, I want to just go like this. You know, you do a boomerang and you just want to do that. Sorry, I'll just remain professional. Do your thing, Amy. So you got the lock. She's gone now. She's like, oh, God's sake, Vic. So you've got your locking stitch and you've also got your needle up down. This is a really handy button. Now, please have a look at machines that you're comparing this with. If you're spending £500 on a machine, ask yourself, does it have a locking stitch? Ooh, Does it have a locking stitch? Does it have a needle up down? Does it contain all these stitches? Does it come with a 2-year warranty? Does it come with an extension table? This machine does. In fact, we'll jump back to the technical features if that's okay, Elliot. So we've talked through the backlit LCD screen, the free arm, the sewing space. We're going to jump to the horizontal full rotary hook with transparent bobbin cover. So you just drop your bobbin in really simply. You don't have to take your bobbin case out. You don't need to have to faff with it. You don't have to hook it in any particular way. It just drops in. You've also got your built-in needle threader. Oh, this is a lovely needle threader. If you see exactly where you are right now, Elliot, it's right here. You can simply do your threading. As soon as you get to the final point of threading, pull the lever down and it will automatically thread your needle for you. No more straining, trying to find the eye of the needle. It's brilliant. So you've got your built-in needle threader. You've also got a 7-piece retractable feed dog system. So if you are doing quilting, it's going to feed your fabrics through beautifully. If you're working with heavier fabrics, it's going to be great for that as well. Notice on your sewing machine, if you are working on an older sewing machine at the moment, how well lit is it? Because this has built-in white LED lights. So it's really nicely lit. It has an extra high presser foot, which normally on a more, I don't like to call this an entry-level machine because it's really not, but on machines that are less than £100, can you lift your foot higher for if you're doing chunky quilts, working with chunky boiled wool jackets? This is perfect for that. Extra high pressure foot position. It's got the stitch reference chart, nothing stiff about it. The stitch reference chart, which is stored at the right hand side of the machine. Start, stop button, reverse, auto lock and up, down, needle position. So they're all your different technical features. The accessories that come as standard with this machine, you have lots of different feet included, including your satin stitch foot, your buttonhole foot. There you go. Your bobbins. You get an extension table. That's a big one. Extension table included. Foot control hard case, instruction manual, lint brush, needles, power cable, screwdriver seam ripper. Different spool caps depending on what spools you're using. And then the feet on the right hand side are there as well. Your blind hem foot, over edge foot, satin stitch foot, zipper foot, 1/4 inch foot, standard foot, automatic buttonhole foot, all there. The great thing with this machine I've found is that it will grow with you. So if you do find that as you go on your sewing journey, you're watching Delphine Brooks and you go, I want to try free motion. You can purchase from Elna a free motion foot that fits onto this machine. Whereas it's not like you're going to get to that point and then you say, well, I can't do it on my machine, so I've got to buy a new machine. Whereas actually, this is one that will grow with you. I remember the first time before Sewing Street, before Sewing Quarter even, I had a little sewing machine which I bought from a supermarket. I have no idea the brand. Who do you ring if you call there's no customer service team to ring. And I had no idea where to buy feet from. I don't think you could buy extra feet for it, in fact. I think once you'd reached the level of it, it stopped there. Whereas you know they've got a UK-based customer service team. We know Elna well. These are in stock today. You've got a 2 years manufacturer warranty. It will come directly from Elna, but they are in stock today. The support is so important. And whether you're spending £4,000 on a sewing machine or £500, we want to make sure that you still have that support, and you do get that with Elna. That's why we choose to bring them on board at Sewing Street. One of my favourite things about working for Sewing Street is that, you know, I'm not on commission with Elna. I'm just telling you the difference between the different machines. We bring to you Juki's. We have an amazing relationship with Juki. We also bring you Elna's and Janome. They're under the same umbrella. So those of you that know Janome, you probably recognise quite a few of the different features and functions with this machine as well. If you have got any questions about it, please will you get them in, because I love this machine. It's absolutely one of my favourites, and it's one that you'll see a lot of our guest designers sewing with. This is one actually that they are always most comfortable with, isn't it? Don't get me wrong, we've got all of the spaceship, all singing, all dancing machines, but what do you want from a sewing machine? Ask yourself that. You want it to stitch beautifully. You want it to sew. And it isn't necessarily all about the jazz hands and the singing and dancing. If you just want to do a lovely straight stitch well, then you know that you can do that with the Elna 550. Okay, there are only a few of these remaining, a handful of them remaining. Have a look. online and see if you can find this machine in stock at the price point that you can see on screen, because I don't normally talk about this, if I'm honest. It's something that you won't hear me. We're not one of these shows that scream and shouts about price and you've got to buy it now because of this price. But when we do recognise, actually, do you know what? I don't think you can get this at this price anywhere else. I think it's worth highlighting. Let me know if you do find it, because we've had a good look online. We can't find this anywhere else under £500. And it's on split pay. 3 easy payments, interest-free payments, £166.33 over 3 months. But once you've paid the first postage, once you've paid that first payment, you will get the machine home to start using. You don't have to wait until you've made that third payment. So that's brilliant. You'll get it home now. Get sewing with it. If you have bought something today on the show or on the website, then you've already paid your £3.95 post and packaging. Just be aware, it won't come with your Sewing Street items. It will come directly from Elna. Under RP&P though is good, isn't it? Okay, that's the £5.50. Now, I know that it is a considered purchase, so if you have got any questions about it, get it in. But I can see that we've got a few collectors who are umming and ahhing about it and have got it in baskets. Just be aware, handful of those left. And honestly, with the run up to Christmas, with the way that the world has been, we are really struggling to get sewing machines in. And we're a sewing show. We're a sewing show. I mean, this is something that we always want to have in stock. We want to encourage you to start sewing, to keep sewing, to purchase the kit. So definitely make the most of the machines that we have in stock at the moment. So that's the £5.50. Now, for anybody who is quite new to us and is starting on their sewing journey, we've got a really lovely machine. It's the Elna 320. So the first thing that I just want to just remind everybody, like what I said about purchasing sewing machines in different supermarkets or more affordable machines, is that you can just ask yourself how long you want to be sewing for. Are you going to outgrow your sewing machine quite quickly? Yes, you can buy sewing machines for £100, for £70 I've seen before, but we choose to bring this machine as our most affordable machine because we still want you to achieve the results that you want. So this is still Elna. We still want you to know that you've got a really good build, you've got a great quality machine, you've got the customer service team a phone call away, you've still got your 2-year warranty, you've still got plenty of stitches to be able to try out different projects. I am such a sewing dabbler, especially when you watch Sewing Street. You'll think, I've got to have a go at that. Oh, I want to have a go at this. Shall I dip into dressmaking? Shall I try a bit of home furnishing? Shall I do a bit of toy making? And on these machines, you absolutely can. So it still has a great selection of stitches. You've actually got 22 different stitches, which you then can change. You can still change your stitch width and stitch length. So the lighter blue here are your stitches that are now selected. So if you just turn the dial round, there you go, it's on 1 now. So if you just turn the dial 1, 2, you can see that it's automatically moving the needle to the position that's recommended. But then if you go on to the SS section of the of this bottom part here, then this is your super stretch stitches. So these are going to be perfect for dressmaking from 10 till 18. So then once you select those, there are different stitches again to use. All of the stitches you can see really clearly labelled on the front of your machine. Stitches 1 to 9 with satin stitches. You've got some lovely applique, they're almost like a bit of a blanket kind of stitch. You've also got zigzags there, you've got your straight stitches, and then these ones are perfect for your dressmaking or for working with stretch fabrics. So great to use. You also have, when you're in stitches number 1 to 9, you can change your stitch length. So this is stitch length 1, 2, 3 and 4. You can change that still. Yeah, I'm trying to do all this backwards, but it's fine. At the top here, you've got the dial, which is your stitch width. So stitch length is there, stitch width is here. You can still alter your stitch width with the dial at the top, easy to change. And then also, sorry Elliot, I'm jumping you around. At the bottom here, this is your reverse lever. So if you want to do a little back stitch, you can do the reverse button. It still has a needle threader. It still has a lovely wide throat space to be able to do larger projects. It's got the tape measure on the front of your machine for you to be able to see. It still has a free arm. You're going to be able to do trouser legs, sleeves, bags. Sewing in the round is going to be a lot easier with a free arm. It does have on the side here, let me remind myself, I think this is your presser foot tension. I would just leave that as it is, but if you do find I'm working with a velvet that's got a pile to it that you don't want to crush, have a bit of a play with that. So it's still a really lovely, weighty machine, but yet still portable. So if you do want to start sewing on the move, if you're going to classes, if you're going to workshops, this is a great machine to have. But if you're used to Elna, this would be a nice second machine as well. It does have, I'm going to put it back on so I can show you. There is also at the bottom, right, I've got to remind myself, there you go, it slides out the bottom, an extra storage tub. First sewing machine that I had didn't come with any storage, and you find yourself losing feet, not, you know, having the right foot for the job, whereas you can store all your feet in here. You've got some extra needles which come included. You also get a little seam ripper. You get your standard foot. You get a zipper foot in here, your standard foot, an overedge foot. That's a blind hem foot. For with, you know, your more entry-level machines, that is a really great foot to have. Do you know when you turn up trousers but you don't want to see the edge? Use your blind hem foot. It's brilliant. £249, or, again, available today on split pay. There's even a little section there to keep all your bobbins. You could wind some bobbins and keep them all nice and tidy there. So that packs away nice and neatly inside. Just £249. We're thinking maybe a second machine. If you already have an Elna, you'll already recognise lots of different features on here for a holiday home or a caravan. Maybe someone, you've got a grandchild or something who's coming around and wanting to start sewing, but you don't want them on your best Juki machine or changing settings on your 680 or your 720. So these are perfect. It's got the little handle which slots down. It comes with a cover. It also comes with, in fact, actually, let's have a look through your technical spec on this as well. So it comes with 22 stitches on this one. Your max stitch width is 5mm, your max stitch length is 4. It's got the built-in needle threader, strong needle penetration for all fabrics, high presser foot. This has a high presser foot lift as well. Right, I will just show you that. So you lift your presser foot, but it does also have that extra height. To change the feet is really simple. You don't need to get your screwdriver out. You can literally just click the back button there. Your foot is released. Position your next foot back to where you want. Where's my lever? Here we go. And slot that back down onto here. Oh, there you go. You won't be doing it from the side of your machine. That will then click into place, she says. There you go, clicked into place. And your new foot you can put on as quickly and easily as that. Easier than that even. It has got the thread cutter on the side here. So you have got your thread cutter there as well. It's got the metric and imperial measurements on the front of your machine. It's got your feed dog drop setting. So at the back, let's see where it is here. I'm guessing it's under here. Yeah, it is. So on every machine, 550 the same as well. It's in exactly the same place. So when I was talking about free motion, you can even grow with this machine. You can buy a free motion foot for this machine because you can drop your feed dogs. So if you want to do any free motion, just make sure, can you see your little feed dogs there have just dropped. Make sure that you bring it back up for when you're sewing. So, I mean, that is brilliant, isn't it? To be able to have all of the still the same features that you see in the more expensive machines, but today at £249. It is the most affordable machine that we stock here at Sewing Street. Have a serious think about it. Don't wait too long though, because both of them are incredibly limited. We have slightly more stock of this one, but the closer that it gets to Christmas, this is the one that tends to be most requested around Christmas time. £83 on split pay as well. How good's that? In fact, actually, I'm thinking about it. Would it be paid off for Christmas? 2nd of September, 2nd of October, paid off by the 2nd of November. In time for Christmas, way before Christmas. Brilliant Christmas gift idea for somebody, actually. Spread the cost, £83 a month for the next 3 months. Brilliant. Okay, so having the right light, now the winter nights are drawing in, is integral for our crafting. And our native lightings have been, has been brilliant. It's been so popular. If you do have an older machine that doesn't tend to have the light that you want, even just trying to flood the sort of sewing bed with a light like this is brilliant. Now, I'm going to try and spin this round. It's one light setting. It's really nice and simple to use. It's on, it's off with a simple touch button on the side there. LED lights. So that means that it's giving off virtually zero heat. It's a nice, clear, bright light. What about for reading? That'd be a really nice reading light, actually. Kat says she's got hers in the gallery every single day. It's still got this really lovely gooseneck, which is sort of really easy to manipulate. So if you do want it on your sewing machine, or if you do want it to read your instruction manuals, if you're doing hand stitching, you could clamp it. It's got a clamp, so you can clamp it onto your table, the side of the sofa, and do your hand stitching without intruding on everybody else's lights. So if they're watching a film in the living room, you don't want to put your big main lights on. You could just sit here with your LED light, and it will give you a really nice bright daytime light. It's ultra slim as well. Quite a lot of lights I find can be quite bulky. What I love about the native lighting, the Lumina sort of range, is that they're really sort of streamlined and slim. $49.99. It does also come in black, which is your graphic on the side of the screen. It's HRN 145. This is the one that Kat uses in the gallery. It's a really nice long gooseneck as well. I've got mine right on the end of the table with a thick clamp. Let me show you. So if you do want it on a thinner table, it has got those nice soft pads to not damage any of your surfaces. And then that just plugs in to the mains with a USB port. So those of you that have got a laptop computer with a USB port, a sewing machine with a USB port, you can plug it straight into that. Obviously, you can also just plug it into different plugs if you want to put it into your mains. Do you know, in my new house, we've put in the kitchen those new fancy sockets with USB ports in the sockets. Did you know that you could get those? I saw them at Laura's house. Laura's got a new build house, and yeah, she's got sockets with it. We only did it because they're quite expensive, the sockets are. They're about £20 a go. So I said, oh, we'll just do it in the kitchen. If people come around, then they can just plug their phone in. But it's great, isn't it, for your lamps? So if you do have any of those fancy sockets. What? Oh, my word. Here's me getting really excited about my sockets. Kat just said, my sofa's got a USB port, Vic. What for? For your lights. So you can plug in your native lighting, of course. Of course, there you go. Oh, your phone, I suppose, yeah. That's good, isn't it? I've never heard of that. But it is really lovely and slim, but still gives off great light. LED light, don't need to change the batteries, gives off zero heat, low energy as well. $49.99. That's a really good price. I think that might be the most affordable price for native lighting. Does it still come with a warranty? Yep, still comes with a warranty. Bring the lights down low. Let's have a look. So that's without the light. Oh, that is a nice bright light, isn't it? If you are reading or doing any cross stitch, hand embroidery, anything like that, hand quilting, the winter nights drawing in, we do need to start thinking more about what lighting we have in our home, don't we? And that's a lovely bright light. And the gooseneck is brilliant. The thing is, Claire's worked in the industry for so long now. If you do just want to push it out the way, you can. She's worked in the lighting industry for over 10 years, and she said that a majority of the time she was going to craft fairs, exhibitions, talking to crafters about what they wanted from lighting. So that was when she started her own company, just doing, you know, what you've asked for, which is flexibility, good light, LED light, long power cords. It is brilliant that you've got everything you need in one slim, streamlined light, $49.99. So it's really, really different from native lighting. And one I own, my absolute favourite, is the reverse light. I remember the very first time that I held this, I could not believe the weight of it. It is so lightweight. You need this for It's not just, oh, I want this. This is one of those that you need to have for so many different occasions, whether you're using it in your craft room, in a bedroom, in a nursery. I'm using it in Maisie's nursery as a little night light. I say that, she's still in my room at the moment, so we have it in our room, but it will be a nursery night light. And what I love about it is that if you want to do like a bedtime story, you've got a warm light which you can take right down. So I have it a bit brighter when you're doing reading stories, but then if you want to take it down, just having a really low light like that all night is brilliant. So just with the slider on the top, you can change the brightness. If I flip it over, that's gone from warm light to cool light. So you've got that brighter daylight there. Still, you can adjust the brightness. You can turn it on and off with the power button on the top. You can recharge it. Now, native lighting conservatively say that it's 4 hours at full brightness, and then it's also 8 hours at its lowest setting brightness. Whilst it's on its lowest, then you'll get 8 hours. But I've done night after night after night without having to recharge it from my personal experience. So can you see the different colour change? So then look, it's very difficult to see on camera actually. My friend Tom, when he came to mine, he said, oh my word, is that the light that you show on the telly? It looks so much better in real life, Vic. He says, you can't see the colours that you do at home the same way as you do at home. I said, that's Elliot's fault. There you go. There's the warm. Right, let me see if it works now. Look, there you go. Ooh. Oh, it's brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, do you know what else I love? It's also got the little handle there. Love this lamp. It's so useful for camping, for outdoors, for the evenings. Absolutely. Put this in the middle of your dining table outside when it starts to get dark, which is starting to get dark really early, isn't it? Hang it up as a little lantern. You could charge this up and have it in the car. You can have it for camping because it's so lightweight. It's LED, so you're not needing to worry about changing any bulbs. It's giving off zero heat. You still get the 2-year warranty. It's low energy. I was also thinking that this would be a really, really good one if you have a power cut. So if it's charged already, or we've got like a little under the stairs, or we will have a little under the stairs cupboard, which I don't have a light in there. So this is going to be perfect for in there, isn't it? Kat just finished my sentence and said, you've got an under the stairs wine fridge. No, an under the stairs storage cupboard, Kat. $63.99. What you like? Oh yeah, the wine fridge, Vic. Oh yeah, of course we need the light, the native light, to light up the wine fridge, obviously. $63.99. Now it's a considered purchase when you're starting to look at lights, but look at the quality of them. I mean, these are lights that will last the test of time. They really are. It's so cool, isn't it? What I love about it as well, have you got an Alexa or one of the hubs or any of those, different devices that you talk to and ask questions and things, silly questions? This sort of is all fits in with all of your different home devices now, doesn't it? Looks very cool. Just $63.99. Okay, so that is your reverse light. Oh, by the way, that's another one. That's the lighting both sides. So there's the warm and there's the cool light. They're the two lighting options that we have today. Have a look on the website, type in native lighting, and there are a huge array with magnifiers. There's the ring light on there. There's some really great lights. Right, let me try and turn this off. Light off, please. Right, the needles that we have. I'm just decided to keep it on. Thank you. Have we got a whole bundle of needles? They're individual. Right, we'll whiz through these then. So, how often do you change your machine needle? Let's go. Oh, do you want to go universal, I was thinking. How often do you change your machine needle, Kat? Every hours, obviously, as I'm told, she said. We're all guilty of it. We probably don't change our machine needle enough. And we always talk about it with scissors, having sharp scissors. We always talk about it with rotary cutter. But when we're sewing, how important is it? We're talking about how important quality thread is. It's really important that the thread is able to pierce through your fabric. You do tend to hear on your machine when your machine needs a new needle. Mine starts like sort of clunking. Does yours? This is absolutely brilliant value as well to be able to stock up whilst you can get a pack of 6 universal needles, just £2.99. If you've bought something already, stock up. It's got a slight ballpoint, universal needle, makes it extremely versatile. It works well with most machines and commonly used for woven and natural fabrics. So you get all of your different sizes, just £2.99. Machine needles. These are German precision technology needles. So basically they're called quilting needles, which mean they're really sharp. So suitable for select a suitable thread size. This is a tip for each needle. Replace these needles regularly for the best results. These are size 12s. They are your quilting needles. You get 5 of your medium size. £2.49. These are all just little add to your order if you've bought anything today, which loads of you have been shopping today. Okay, we've also got top stitching needles. Top stitching needles have got an extra a larger eye to accommodate thicker threads. So if you've got the early bird today and you've got any of the heavier weight threads, Aurifil threads, that you want to do some lovely fancy top stitching, it also has an extra sharp point to allow the needle to penetrate easily through all fabrics. Use heavyweight cotton or polyester threads, 12 weight cotton, 12 weight wool. For buttonholes, these are the perfect needles to use. Again, stock up whilst they're here, available in stock. The leather needles. Now, I suppose a leather needle is going to be good for PUs as well and synthetics, I'm presuming. It's got a knife edge. I'm trying to say it. Chisel point. Cuts through leather and other tough textiles. So what do you think? Do you not say with PUs then? No, because it can pierce it too much. Right, so leathers. What are the tough textile fabrics? I'm trying to think of what would work with your leather needles. £2.49, but it does have that chisel point to the edge of the needle. More pointed, it's more triangular, like a snake's head. £2.49 for these. We've got your sharps. Your sharps are for silks, for microfiber fabrics, for penetrating densely woven fabric. Sharp point produces perfectly straight top stitching and smooth buttonholes used with cotton, fine and medium weight silk, polyester and rayon threads. They're your sharps machine needles. Best for silk, microfiber, rayon, synthetic suede and densely woven fabrics. Okay, we've also got embroidery needles. So these are for your machine embroidery. The reason that these are different is that they are specially coated. So they've got a larger eye, which allows for obviously thicker thread to flow through at higher speeds. I'm just reading. It's interesting, isn't it? Because you just think, oh, does one needle fit all? But actually, it's worth having the right needle for the job. It's worth having them in your kit. So there your embroidery. We've got your jeans needles. These are for denim, for canvas, for other lightly woven fabrics. Sharp, strong point penetrates dense fabrics. Also ideal for top stitching woven fabrics with polyester and nylon threads, heavy cotton, upholstery thread, buttonhole twist and top stitch thread. Best for denim fabrics, heavy twill, workwear, canvas, heavy linen and any other densely woven fabrics. They're your jeans needles. And finally, your ballpoint. So these ones have got more of a rounded tip than a universal needle. The ballpoint is designed to push the fabrics apart rather than penetrating and piercing through. £2.49, so if you're working with any of your knits, it's always worth stocking up on your needles. If you've opened your order today, it's only 1p&p throughout the whole of the show. Just a reminder to go onto the website, as it isn't just covered on the show, it's right till midnight this evening on anything on the web or on Yarn Lane's website. You'll only pay 1p&p. Okay, can we do some books really quickly? Because I'm thinking if you've got some beautiful new fabrics, maybe through the bank holiday bonanza weekend, these are quilts you can do in a day. We've been quilting like crazy today, haven't we? We've had lovely Evan Bradford here. And this book is ridiculous value for money. 14 quilts, £8.99. Oh, that is wrong. Oh, you've got a great selection of projects from table runners. You've got placemats in here, another lovely table runner. But I suppose once you've got the block, you can upscale it and make them larger into bigger quilts. Nice smaller projects. Paint chips, that looks pretty. To display some of your favourite fabrics. English garden, that's a nice block. All... I must say, I love Annie's quilting books. They're always very clear instructions, I find. It goes through all your cutting instructions at the start, what you need, and then also it's got a really lovely, clear layout diagram of how your quilt's constructed. Maybe if you are a complete beginner, go for something a bit more comprehensive. Some of the, say for example, Emma Bradford's patterns will be in more detail, whereas this, for example, step 7, 6 and 7 is quilt as desired and bind the edges, so it's presuming that you know how to do that. But for anybody who is more experienced with quilting and maybe lost their mojo a little bit, don't know what to do, this gives you some really great ideas very affordably. That's nice in children's fabric actually, isn't it? Like a playmat. Just £8.99, picnic season. What does that make our price per, silly asking that, should I not even ask? Price per 14 blocks here, 14 quilts. Look at that as a bedspread. That looks amazing. With William Morris, that'd be, oh, gorgeous. 64 pence a pattern. It's silly, isn't it? Working with charm packs, working with 5-inch squares, some lovely projects in here. Really lovely projects, 14 different projects for £8.99. Annie's quilting books are brilliant. We've got 2 others to show you. We've got one with big blocks. We like big blocks and we cannot lie. 10 projects. Should have been the name of the book really, shouldn't it? £8.99. So, oh, crazy value for money again. Could you imagine doing Tula Pink? Really show off your fabric here. If you've got some fabrics that you absolutely love that you just can't bear to cut into, great thing is they are big blocks, but also they construct really quickly. 20-inch blocks, smaller basic units around the centre to create a unique, bold statement. So you think that looks quite complex, but actually because of the size of the blocks, oh, I love that. If you missed out on any of the designs today, this is similar with the framing, isn't it? A window into your favourite fabrics. Your Pebble Beach. That'd be nice in Dena Designs. I know it's only because it's the same sort of colourways. Oh, you've even got a applique in here. That's an applique vine. So let's see. I'm presuming you'll have your templates in here as well. You will have. You will have. Oh, there you go. Right, so there's the placement diagram. There you go. Your templates are all included and they're to scale, they're to size. You don't need to enlarge them. That's really good. All just £8.99. Final book, Annie's quilting. It's called Time Saving Quilts. And also, brilliant price. Sorry, I'm going to have to run around the edge. Yeah, it was too far away, cats. So those of you that got any jelly rolls, 2.5-inch strips, or if you got the Stripology, why not make your own jelly rolls or design rolls, depending on what design you're looking at. They call them different things. But this is your 2.5-inch strip books. Different designs you can do with your Stripology, with your design rolls or your jelly rolls. Oh, they're interesting, aren't they? Lots of different ideas. I like that ombre. That would look nice in rainbow colours as well. Inspiration. I love putting together fabrics together to achieve a graduation of colour. It gives the quilt so much more depth and movement while remaining pretty monochromatic. I love that. Reflections of fall. That again comes with your templates. It also has really lovely diagrams of how to do your applique stitches. There's your templates. Again, it looks like they're to scale, which is good. Triangles, can you believe they're all done? 2.5-inch strips. Star Bright, £8.99. And let me just remind you, you are getting a total of 9 easy projects. I do like the hexy one. That's so cool, isn't it? I think that's my favourite. Stripping hexes. There's the galaxy. Using 2.5-inch strips as well. Quilting basics at the back as well. It will talk you through how to do your binding. So even though I said, look, it's probably a bit more advanced because it sort of says, now quilt, now bind. At the end, all 3 books do have the same binding a quilt and quilting ideas. So it does actually have instructions of how to quilt and bind. So forgive me, you do actually have more instructions. So those of you who are starting out, they are brilliant. Great prices as well. £8.99. Now we've got a huge box of Gutermann threads that are just beaming with colour from the front of the screen there. These are lovely, aren't they? Let me just shimmy this machine down there. $69.99. So you've got a great array of reds and yellows, blues and greens, greys. Saving £10. Why? Was it an early bird? I do like that it comes in the nice little case as well. That would make a really lovely gift and great to store away, isn't it? Keep them nice and lint free. You're getting 42 of your 50 weight spools. There's 110 yards, 100 metres on each spool. £1.66 a spool. That's really good for your sew-all polyester 50 weight thread. This is one that you'll often see being used on the shows. It is your sew-all thread, so you can use it in your bobbin, in the top of your sewing machine. Use it for piecing, for quilting, for applique, hand sewing. I know how much we champion Aurifil. The reason that I always talk more about Aurifil, if I'm honest, is because I presume that people don't know as much about Aurifil and might always just know Gutermann. It is one that is the sort of go-to, isn't it? It's the one that you see in every shop. You all have probably heard of. It's a very reputable brand when it comes to polyester threads and cotton threads. These ones are polyester. They're lovely bright colours. I like that one. $69.99. Now we've got some sewing machine storage bags. Now that we're out on the move, fingers crossed, going back to workshops, look at this new colour we've got in. Oh, this has been a really popular bag in red. We've now got it in teal. Oh, I love it. We have got the dimensions of it on the website, so you can see whether it fits. But from my memory, I think you can fit the 680 in it. I'm not going to tell you the measurements from my memory. I was just going to say, I think you can actually fit the 680 in it at a squeeze. Some of the smaller Elners, you can fit with room to spare to fit some fabrics in. But it is really good, actually, because I've seen similar sewing machine cases like this that have been over, £30. In fact, this exact one is $29.99 elsewhere. It was supposed to be $44.99, so this is a really good price. It comes with the pocket on the front, so you could put your sewing machine manual or any of your patterns if you're on the move, and your foot pedal, your extension cord in there. It's got the little feet on the bottom as well, so you're not plonking your machine on the floor. The sizes of this, I believe, are on the website, aren't they? Go on, go for it. You've got the Velcro strap as well, just to make it even more nice and secure. Double zip that, of course, folds right the way down to be able to access your sewing machine nice and easily. So the depth of it, which is from here to here, depth 21 centimetres, width 47 centimetres, height 33 centimetres. I do love that colour. That is really, really nice. And what a bargain at $19.99 then. These are supposed to be £45. That's so good. Teal sewing machine bag. Oh, you need it to protect your machine. I know that, for example, the 550 comes with a hard cover, which is great. But if you do want to then take it on the move, it's nice to be able to have this that you can put your pattern in, you can put your bits and bobs in, put it in the back of the car and take it on the move with a nice, really nice strong handle $19.99. It does fit all of the smaller Elna machines. Have a bit of a measure though at home and see that you're happy that it's going to fit. But that is beautiful, isn't it? What a lovely colour that is. Talking about beautiful bags, we've got some. Well, these are new to me. No. These are like beach bags, aren't they? I love them. Right, so would you have this as like a little project bag on the move? Little pouch bag to put your EPP bits in. Oh, I really like that to take to the beach. Sunglasses, sun cream. Gift idea for somebody, you know, who's going away. I wonder if that's large enough to put like a Kindle or little, you know, the mini tablets. I wonder whether it is. Oh, it's only $3.99. EPP. Any of your, I'm thinking as makeup bags, toiletry bags, at that price point, stock up for people. It's lovely with the pom-pom edge, isn't it? And the tropical leaves. It is like a really nice sort of strong canvas fabric as well. So that's going to be super duper strong. With your tassel edge, just $3.99. The bag to match. You're going to want the bag to match, aren't you? If you do want the bag to match. Oh, the bag's only $9.99. Get them both, definitely. It's a huge bag. That is a good beach bag. It's called a craft bucket bag. So maybe you want to store all of your cushions, all of your patterns in there. If you want to keep all of your, all of your projects on the go. Your wool, if you're a knitter. This is what it looks like open. Am I allowed to open this one? I don't know why. I wouldn't be. I'm going to do it because I can put this back in the bag fine. I just want to see what the base is like because it's... Oh, that is nice. It's got a nice square bottom. Gosh, you could fit loads in there. It's got the strap and it's also got the magnetic snap. That is a really good size. £9.99. I'd have that as a shopper bag. That's really nice to go to the market, isn't it, and get the groceries. Just $9.99. What are you trying to say, you two in the gallery? They're saying it's nice and strong to fit your bottle of wine in, Vic. Fit your bottle of wine in. It is a really lovely, strong canvas again. Now, before we go, we do have to do the mega bundle. Come on over with me. Look at what we've got. It's back in stock. 21.5 metres of rainbow fabric. Right, Kat doesn't know whether she's supposed to be doing it today. It arrived back in stock this morning and we haven't actually sent it back to the warehouse, so it's here in the gallery. So we said, do you know what, let's do it. If we do it literally just a couple of minutes before we come off air, then no one will tell us off. Well, actually, I say that. It means that we can run out the door. And if we'd have done it first thing this morning, I think that, yeah, we would have had a phone call by now. 21.5 metres. So the 6 fabrics to my left, these are all 1 metre pre-cuts. So you've got all of these as 1 metre. You've got a white, an ivory, a cream, a grey, a charcoal, a navy blue and a bright blue, all 1 metre pre-cuts. Everything else is ½ metre. So you've got black and grey. You've then also got all of your blues. Are these all of the solids, I think, that we have? Almost. It's got to be almost. Look, there's Misty Blue. Some of our favourites. Paprika, Hot Tomato, Lovely Sunshine. Just had to let you know, if you do want the ultimate stash builder, how about doing Emma Bradford's quilt with some of these colours? Or if you've got any of the Annie's quilting books, do yourself some ombres. If you've got the Stripology, get making your own jelly rolls, design rolls. These are brilliant. So I will read through very quickly. In the bundles, you have got amethyst, black, blush, bright pink, cadet blue, candy, chambray, copen, corn, yellow, cream, dark grey, elephant, emerald, hot tomato, ivory, khaki, light grey, magenta, marine, misty blue, navy, nude, orange, paprika, pomegranate, purple, raspberry rose, royal sapphire, scarlet, silver mink, sky, sunshine, teal and white. Sunshine, teal and white. I felt like I was doing the Technicolor Dreamcoat then. All of these colours, plus remember you got your metre bundles as well, all today on split pay for $49.99. This was a real special deal, I think, that was actually initially for our birthday, so what a price. Fantastic array of beautiful quality fabric, looks amazing in my cupboard. Sarah, oh my word, get making with it. Have you started using it yet? I wonder whether she started cutting this up yet. Here's another review from Amanda. Quality, even better than expected. Perfect match for my CAFE projects. Oh, that's good. So, you know, when you're looking at CAFE and you presume, oh, it might not be the same quality because the prices are obviously very affordable with these. But actually it will match in with your designer fabrics as well, the quality. So enjoy. Right, tomorrow's show. Thank you for today, by the way. It's been a lovely day with you. Rebecca Harrison is on with John tomorrow. Stash Builder at 8 o'clock. The Sussex Seamstress. It's Jane, isn't it? Sorry to reveal. I feel like she's supposed to be very mysterious. Rebecca Harrison has got a Sussex Seamstress pattern. Lovely top at 9 o'clock. She's an amazing dressmaker, by the way. Definitely get all your questions in. At 10 o'clock, you've got bag making. 11 o'clock, dressmaking techniques. That'd be interesting. I might watch that show. At 12 o'clock, Yarn Lane. It is the Family Fleece collection with Sarah Hatton tomorrow on Yarn Lane. Thank you ever so much for your company today. When am I back, Kat? Kat's my PA. She knows everything, where I am, when I am, who I am. I'm back next Thursday. I'm back again next Thursday. So I'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of your week with John. He'll be taking you through the weekend as well. So I'll be watching anyway. But thank you for your company today. Lots of love to Elliot and Kat. They're amazing. And Emma Bradford. Enjoy. We're about to hand over to Jewellery Maker. So keep watching. You'll see you, John, in the morning. Bye.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me